Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. Goodall, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. Put a little bit of light on the subject so y'all can see my ugly face, my ugly mug. I continue to greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator, as always. And I always continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives and relations will learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Now, with that said, the topic for this morning, this afternoon, or this evening, depending on your time zone, and I forget that I didn't set my clocks up, and so I was looking at the clock, going, "Well, it's only 9:30. No, it's 10:30, going 11." I was like, "Oh wait." So, but anyway, but it is about my normal time. Hi, Travis. Hello, Teresa. And folks are coming in. Shit Sleuth or Hawkeye? Hi, Pearl. Every time I see your name, I think about Pearl Bailey. But anyway, it just, that's a good thing, right? Anyway, this topic has been kind of yanking around in the back of my head for quite some time now. Hey, Doug, how are you? I need you tonight. I'm dealing with all kinds of BS tonight. Okie dokie. Howdy. For some reason, it seemed like, I was going to like take the night off kind of thing, watching a movie. And I really wanted to go outside. It's nice and cool. The wind's blowing. Duggar's been out and had a run or two already. But I didn't take a run today. I did go outside and go check the mail and that kind of thing. But um, I'm not in a bad mood or low energy. I just kind of been pensive, if that's and so this topic of discussion has kind of sort of come back up in that, you know, hey, Hawkeye, do some folks a favor and let's have this discussion. And I was like, okay, all right, okay. When the spirits are kicking you, they got their bunny sneakers on, or their house slippers. They got their bunny slippers on, but I'm still getting kind of kicked around a little bit. And I love you all. I do. I'm kidding. But it's like in the realm of spiritualness, the spiritual journey, and and I would have put shaman basics in this title, but have after last night and shamans are evil and all that. I was like, y'all know what I mean by shaman, but that there are so many words that that will set people off, you know. And so, as a shaman in training, I mean that nothing more than I am a human being, as far as I know, that's trying to understand my spiritual journey and what that means in this life. So, but the shamanic thing, there's so many bad connotations to go with that. But what is the true meaning? It is the spiritual journey. That's what it absolutely is. So, regardless of any names or religions or anything like that, hey, Isby, Travis the Brick, Michelle, how are you? Right. How are you? I was like, I'm, I may not put in the title anymore, shaman, just because I'm reworking certain words, You have to keep up with what's going on and people's motives and what their idea, the thought of, well, I don't want to learn from no shaman. There's so many bad connotations. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that for now. But what the subject has been about, and that so many people are suffering from, especially in this last year, is loneliness. There was another person who committed suicide recently because they simply couldn't tolerate being alone and being locked up and having all this stuff of daily life. And, if you watch the mainstream media thing, we all should have been dead a year ago, but, I digress. I'm have smoked my last cigarette from a pack, and so I'm rolling my own. But anyway, that's what this is. But smoke if you got them. Just plain tobacco. So in this spiritual journey, I have thought so many times over my, 68 plus years, that I've had family members to, just ignore me, don't want to talk to me, and it started out when I was a kid, because I went through 6 different foster homes in 3 years. And then I was adopted by my uncle, Uncle Arnie. And God bless you, Pops, wherever you are. So this not having the connection with my mother, which is that motherly instinct, and it's a separation anxiety. Okay. And so you say, well, that doesn't really have anything to do with it. Well, when the separation anxiety is so strong in a person, as for myself, I struggled. I wanted to commit suicide. I wanted to die. I wanted to do all these things. And I didn't know why. And then I went to a therapist who literally bought me a book online and said, read this. God bless her. Her last name is David. Can't remember her name, but it was Miss David. She was very good at what she did. And I still thank her after all these years. But the book was about, adopted children and issues that they have later on. And they have, it's a very distinct thing. So having been separated from my mother at an early age, I went back to her, then went to another family, then went back to her and went up to another family, back 6 times now by the time I was 3. So every 3 or 4 months, I was being ripped out of somewhere and put back, So then finally I was adopted by my uncle. But the separation anxiety was never dealt with. Okay. And my adopted mother was doing us a favor. So she didn't have the love for me or my sister, but she was doing what she thought was necessary for her sister-in-law. Okay. Out of duty, not necessarily out of love. And after all the years until she passed, she stuck to her guns with her duty. It had nothing to do with love. There was love in there, but it wasn't motherly love. Okay. So now I have, been a foster father for several children over my years at different times. And I have tried to remember what it was like for me going through a foster family, mother or father or both. So, but every time that the family unit was gone, so it's the connection of the heart, the connections of the hearts. So from mother to children, there is a connection because they were in her belly and they felt her heartbeat. So the heartbeat of the universe was mother. Okay. For good or bad, it was still mother, because the kid inside don't really know. You know what I mean? They're just a kid. So, but later on, we suffer from these anxieties that are in our subconscious so deep that what it sets up, because we don't have that warm connection, that vibration from mother. It's not just mother, but I'm going to stick with that for the moment. In that mother is also represents family. Okay. So when mother isn't there and the family isn't there, then what's left in the heart but a great big giant hole of emptiness. And so the heart must be filled with something. And what happens is the heart will get filled with despair, with loneliness. And there are times when I've been around people, but still felt like I was the loneliest person in the world. Surrounded by people, some of them I knew or didn't, crowds, but still there was loneliness. Now, if you're around a bunch of people, how in the hell can you feel lonely, right? Because there's no heart connection. There's no heartfelt connection, right? So in this day and age and time and everything that we're going through, I mean, it's unprecedented in going however far back you want to go in society and history or whatever, what's going on and has been going on for the last year or so is just plain bananas, right? For people. So there have been more suicides this year. There have been more, and near-death experiences resulting in overdoses and, attempted suicides. And so people have been locked up. And so when they don't have that connection that they're used to, something else has to fill that spot. And as much as we don't want to allow it, well, I miss my kids and I miss doing this. You miss doing these things or being with people or participating because that participation for whatever it is a connection of the heart. When I was serving a probationary period here in Colquitt County, I asked my probation officer if I could choose where I did my community service. And they were like, well, okay. So they said, well, they need somebody at the senior center. And I was like, I raised my hand and said, okay, whatever they want, I'll do it. So I had to be there from like 9 o'clock till 2 o'clock or something like that, help with games and setting things up and everything. This has been a bunch of years ago. But I saw what the old people were going through, and I talked to them back then. It's wisdom, right? There's wisdom in these old people, supposed to be. I'm like, well, why do you come every day? It's because I don't have any family. Many folks said this, and I like the companionship of others. Why? Because they're lonely. So in just going to the senior center for a couple of hours every day or a couple of times a week, it depended on the person and what their schedule was. But that they had that feeling of family. They shared their loneliness with all the other people because the other people was there for the same reason, because there was something missing in their life. They couldn't get out and do what they wanted to do. Many were in wheelchairs or walkers and things like that. Very few were really ambulatory, and it had nothing to do with age. It just had to do with conditions, right? But in watching these older folks, and now I am that older folk, right? So in my reflections, not in melancholy, but in that I'm glad I don't feel that way, although I have. So that's sort of where this conversation kind of sort of started, was a discussion with myself in that. So why don't I feel as lonely as I used to? And man, I used to just drive into town. I'd go get a cup of coffee at the Huddle House just to be around people. And it was sad at certain points in my life. And this last year has been just more of a prompt to like, okay, now my truck's not working too good. So that's sort of an excuse. And it really is. I don't want to get stuck somewhere. I don't have a cell phone. And I would hate to break down because I don't have anybody to call or anything. And maybe I should get roadside assistance. But anyway, I used to. But anyway, but in this, though, if your heart is filled with something, then it's not lacking anything, right? So I'm like, okay, so for myself, don't get me wrong now. I do have my periods of wishing I could see my sister in Florida again, or go up to Ohio and visit my family, and how I wish I could, could be able to drive, I wish my dear friend Marcia wasn't in the hospital and sick and so forth, because we were going to go, we were planning on things. And as much as we have had our ups and downs over the years, I still miss her ass, and that's, you know, that's said with love. My daughter and son, who hasn't spoken to me in years, and my grandson, that I've only met when he was a little kid. So I don't know him as a 10-year-old or how, you know, so I could sit and pine on that really easy if I wanted to, and bring myself to tears because of the loneliness, the loss from what I should feel in my heart because of that contact with others. Now, one of the hardest things in this spiritual journey is to understand that you're never, ever, never, ever alone. And in my discussion, my 4-hour discussion, many of you stayed with me. God bless you all. I mean that. In this understanding of the spirit journey, though, when you give yourself over to the universe, as it were, and that when I say that, what I mean is that you accept it. The universe is all around me. I'm swimming in the universe. The manna from the creator, like in the dolphin card I pulled last night or this morning. Actually, no, it would have been this morning. Not quite over yet. Sophia, or is it Sophie? Sophia Rise. Hey there. How are you, Teresa? Uh, we love you too, Project Skyfalls. Now, this video is not about me and being lonely. Okay, I want you to know that. And because part of this is that because you all have become part of my family, then what could have been suggested. Now, it's been a couple of years since I've actually really felt lonely. I mean, like, oh my God, there's nobody out there. It's been a long time. So in my retrospect, it's like, so what has changed? And I gotta say, it's the acceptance that I'm not alone in the universe. Whether anybody is actually next to me at the moment or not, or whether we're holding hands or I'm actually giving you a hug, mentally and cosmically, I'm giving we're in a great big group hug right now, all y'all. And I don't care if you want to be in it or not, you're in my cosmic hug now, damn it. I'm kidding, but I'm not. So, Travis, do any of you ever feel like someone you know is doing something that is going to affect you, even though you have nothing to do with it? Yes, Travis. Ain't it a strange feeling? And that's sort of been going on here recently. I don't know about you, but otherwise you wouldn't have brought it up. I don't have your phone number, Lady Spitfire, at least not that I know, but but I would call you just to chat, not because I was lonely, but sometimes it's nice to have conversation. Elderberry, I was a janitor at a center, spent my breaks listening to the stories every day. They gathered at the community center and cooked dinner. Yeah, hearing some of the older stories. I mean, I always said that when I got older, it wasn't that I had so much a story to tell. Apparently, I have a bunch of stories to tell. As 4 hours later, I'm still coming up with new stories, and I'm like, maybe I really ought to write a book about some of this stuff, Pure Love and Ascension. Hi, how are you? Regen Huddleston. How are you? Blessings, everybody. Anybody else in there? And is Barry somewhere around that I missed? Anyway, so in doing this video tonight, Spirit told me that there is loneliness out there. And and you all are the ones that have told me. So it's not that I'm lonely, but I felt that somebody out yonder was being lonely and having issues. You needed a hug. See, it could have been you, Michelle. Doug said he needed a little bit of me tonight. And as much as this may sound corny, hey, Bat Tool, love you too. Um, it is our job to give people hope. And not only that, but when tonight it was like not necessarily, it took me 10 minutes. They were like, do a video. And I was like, but no, okay, here we go. So very impromptu, but the subject that I've known for a long time. Ed says, you're one of my, wait, I don't read too quick. So somebody better start hugging my butt because I don't get enough hugs. Teresa, it may be that you just don't feel them all because I'm sending hugs all the time. But anyway, I like solitude, but other too. Right. So I'm not saying that I don't like a good, it's not corny. Corn on the cob. My restrained boyfriend has such vivid dreams. He's able to fall asleep and go off to dream land within minutes. He told me he dreamed last night that he was dreaming and he knew that in the dream. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I have felt that too. Isby says, I was going to tell you Hawkeye was on and 10 seconds later you were here. Yes, much favored all y'all here. So, and so, um, what I mean by this may sound corny, but when I accepted, when my last time with the visitation of Mary and Sister Helene and the other nun that was with them, when I agreed and said, yes, I accept my job, my destiny, whatever you want to say, my calling. Okay. And that is that there are sometimes when God, what word do I use? Well, I'm thinking that you're not my flock, you're not my congregation, you're my friends, okay? But in the idea though that a good pastor of his church, okay, God, I hate to use this reference, but is must be willing and as much as able to serve his flock. Okay, now that's just a reference. I don't think of you all as that. Okay, that's not where I'm headed. But in that, as my job, as my calling, there are times when I need to listen to the spirits when I'm trying my best, going, leave me alone. I'm watching a movie. I put it on pause. They said, pause this thing. You can watch this anytime. You are needed at the moment. And yeah, okay. So I have these internal arguments, right? So, but they usually win and they're most always right. So it's like, so what do you do, right? So it's not that I have to listen, but by accepting my role as the shaman in training, how about I go back to that? As the shaman in training, when the spirit moves me to have conversations and to bring people together, then it is my duty, to honor what the spirits ask me to do. Now, I say this has nothing to do with y'all, but it has everything to do with y'all because it's the participation. Now, I could be, Douglas crashed on the couch. I could go over there and join him and finish watching this movie. But in this, it was like, no, the movie's anytime. No big deal, right? But to talk about loneliness, because there are a lot of people, and maybe this has something to do with some of you. I'm not trying to put that on you. You understand that. But in this idea of loneliness and the disconnect that is being put on us. So, in my long winded conversation last night, and for those of you who were with me, and God bless you all, I mean that. Them cards was powerful last night. I just got to say, I woke up this morning several times and the cards were like on my mind. And I was like, and then I took Duggar up the hill for a walk. And guess what was flying out in the middle of the field, which is a little unusual, out in the middle of the field, flying overhead and buzzing back and forth. Guess what? They weren't hummingbirds, close, dragonflies. And I watched these two for a couple of minutes, and I was like, of all the times to take the walk, there's no time limit. It's like, well, I wait until after the mail is run, and then we walk up the hill to the mailbox and check out the flowers and the things, and the azaleas are starting to bloom, and the high wind last night blew a lot of those beautiful little yellow trumpet vine things all over the place. So there's all these flowers littering the ground, and some of the pear trees that had white blooms on it, those white blooms it's not as thick as snow, but scattered on the ground, like snow. And so I'm thinking to myself, I'm so lucky that I understand all of these things around me. And I planted the azaleas, and I planted some of these other trees, and other things have just grown up, right? So if I feel lonely when I take a walk up the hill, there are all my friendly neighborhood plants and critters, and we never know, they're two dragonflies playing in an open field. They're usually near water or something, out in the open field, middle of the sunshine. I was like, cool beans, right? So, but it was one of the cards I pulled last night was Dragonfly. So, we look at, I looked at the cards, as we did them last night, and reflecting after I hung up with you folks, and then the dreamland and so forth, and waking up and having that really strong on my mind, there were dragonflies. Wow. Isn't that just interesting? So, do they show us what is there? Or were the dragonflies there this afternoon playing in the air in the field to kind of solidify that? So not that I was feeling lonely, that's not my point, but in that I was like, oh my God, there are two dragonflies having a ball up there, and I was like, I kept blinking my eyes, going, they are dragonflies, aren't they? No, they're not hummingbirds; they were dragonflies. Wow, why are they out here in the middle of the field? And I was like, it's because they came out here to say hi to you. And I was like, maybe that's the truth. Maybe that's the simple fact. What are they doing out here? They came out to say hi and to somehow, sink in the message, that we are not alone in the universe, that all the critters, all the elementals, all the little people, all of the orbs of different sizes and shapes. Now we don't like the orange and dark red ones. They are nasty, most of the time. But so when we understand that we're surrounded in the universe by stuff, and we think, well, I'm by myself. No, you ain't. You know, there's always something. If I went outside now and took a walk, there are if I had my headlamp on, I would see the little dotted eyeballs of all the spiders in the yard. There are bats that are flying around now because the weather's warmed up. It's a little cool tonight, but and then there are the fireflies that have come out within the last week, and how big and giant and flying around they were. And so we're not alone. Now, is that human heart to heart there? And I got to say, it's not the same. It isn't. All right. I ain't going to try to lie to you or say, well, it takes, nah, no. When you love a son or a daughter or wife or, whatever, spouse, siblings, when there is that heartfelt connection, You might get along without it, but when you meet that sibling or see that child or whatever, and if they'll allow you to give you a hug, then that heartfelt reconnects. So I'm not going to say that it isn't important, but far from it. But that's not the only thing in the universe is the message for this video. So when we feel like there isn't a connection, I mean, when I was married a couple of times actually, I didn't actually feel like there was any heartfelt connection to my wife, and then found out later on that there wasn't, because they divorced me. So I was living a lie, and I was putting forth my heartfelt connection to them and putting out so much because I wasn't getting anything from them that I convinced myself that, yeah, he still loved me, when actually that wasn't true. The heart connection had somehow got tripped, disconnected, something like that. And that because I didn't want to get lost without that heart connection, I continued on in a miserable relationship, thinking maybe that could come back, something will change, and it didn't, it just got worse. So, with that said, though, when they're gone, that there's a relief. Oh my God, that stupid bitch is gone. I don't have to worry about getting poisoned anymore. I don't have to worry about her stealing my money when I gave her everything that she asked for. Apparently that wasn't enough, right? So, but then after there is that release of, thank God I finally got rid of this crazy person. And then, but then there's a time period where you miss the crazy person because now you're alone. And even though that person was nuttier than a fruitcake, you somehow miss it because even though there was a heart connection, and so even though, it's, Ma and Pa Kettle, and she, Louise with Snuffy Smith in a frying pan. So it's like, but there was still, hopefully on my part, there was this little bit of love left. It wasn't true. So we convince ourselves of true love. We convince ourselves that there's a heartfelt connection when a lot of times it really isn't there. We fool ourselves into believing it's there because we don't want to miss that feeling. So we overcompensate for it. But when we come to that realization that it was all a lie, it was a joke, it was then we become even lonelier because we've overcompensated our own love to try to make up for the loss of it, that heart connection. And so then we end up being even lonelier. That's what happened to me. Well, I lost my job and I lost this. I lost a bunch of stuff around the same time. So it wasn't just the loss of a crazy ex wife. Okay. But it's the fact that all hope of reconnecting the heart is gone because now you're separated, divorced, and you hate each other and all this other kind of stuff, and it's out in the open. So stepping out with only ourselves as just individuals in the universe. I prayed and I prayed and I prayed, Lord, bring me somebody. Well, there ain't no bringing. Okay, that part of my journey, I think, is over with. Don't get me wrong. There could still be a woman out there that would, put up with my ass, but you know, I quit looking. I quit expecting it to happen because the universe said, you're looking for an individual. You're looking for that heart connection with an individual when the whole entire universe can fill your heart. I was like, nah, ain't that some shit? You know what I mean? I mean, when that big wave of understanding hits you and you go, wait a minute. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't appreciate a good, a visit from folks or going to somebody's house. Don't misunderstand me. But I realize that it's really good when it happens, but I don't live for those moments. Okay. When those moments come, I cherish them. When I talked about going over and being invited to Thanksgiving dinner back in November, I guess, is it November? Anyway, I still have the pictures the little girls drew for me for Christmas, because whether I see them or talk to them on the phone or whatever, that was a heartfelt time with those children or like my grandkids and the camaraderie and getting the hugs, But I don't live every day to reenact that. You know what I mean? Where previously I did. Oh man, I missed that so much. It was such a good time. And, now do I want to go over and visit again? Yeah, but I just don't want to drop in. I want to be invited. But that's my own personal thing. But to the point though, beforehand, I would have just dwelt on it. Oh my God, when can I go back and play with them little girls again? And now that sounds a little weird, but to have play with those children, um, and to feel young again and go out and play frisbee in the yard like I go out and play soccer with Duggar, that interaction. So as me and Duggar were, snuggled up on the bed this morning and last night, I realized that, Duggar, and many of you might probably agree with me on some of this, at least, in that when I had Sasha, the wonder dog that I've talked about before, she was this little poodle thing, just a mess. But her heart was so big, no matter who she came in contact with, they loved little Sasha. And how the courage in that little four-legged um, um, heart, So with Duggar, I'm giving him a hug and he's wiggling all over me and we're on the couch and it's like, there is that heartfelt connection with a four-legged. Okay. So there are ways to receive that heart connection that may not necessarily be with a human being. Okay. It could be an animal. There are ways to get that heartfelt connection is my point. And before I had Duggar, which is just about a year now, I was dealing with the same thing. And I didn't really feel lonely, but I didn't, never really got a good hug when I wanted it, like, man, I need a hug right now kind of thing. So there are times when I say, come on, Duggar, just give me a hug. I just need a hug. And not out of a sense of loss, but out of a sense of a camaraderie kind of thing with Duggar in that, come on, boy, give me a hug. But he wants to lick my face and do all it, which is wonderful, right? And he snorts and blows snot all over me. Don't we just love that? But at the same time, his devotion to me, that heartfelt thing between, I hate to use this terminology, but a master and his, I don't like that terminology at all. And I hate the idea that I own Duggar. That's not really how I feel about it. But, that's the general terminology in society. But I feel like he is my comrade at arms. He watches out for me here. And he's a lot better now when we go on walks in the woods. He goes off a little ways, but he's always keeping an eye on me to make sure I'm somewhere nearby. So I realized the other day that it's like, wow, I hadn't realized that by getting Duggar and achieving this relationship that we have now after a year, and ups and downs and chasing cats and being in the neighbor's yard and me being, fuming and chasing him down to the river a week ago and through the wet and the slime and the goosh and everything. I couldn't be mad at him. I was like, where you been? You shouldn't run off like that. You scare me when you do that. Now let's go to the house. So, like a grandparent to a grandchild, in a way, I remember how my grandmother was like, she scolded me like, do you really think you should have done that? So rather than saying you were bad, do you think you should have done that? Do you think now it's on me? And I'm like, no, grandma, I should have. Okay. So that was the point made. So, but in all of this, the lockdown and masking and so forth, some folks didn't have much of a connection to begin with. And that now during all this, the connection has been, it's being done to us without our permission. You know what I mean? So a sad situation went from sad to worse to bad, and to the point where some people are ending their lives because they simply cannot tolerate the loneliness. And some of these people, with most honor and respect to their passing, and they thought that was the only way out. It's too late now, but they don't know what they're missing. In other words, tomorrow could be the best day of their lives, but they ended it because of despair. They ended it because of loneliness and not being able to tolerate it. And as much as they tried to be awake and conscious of the world and the universe around them, it still got them. It still got to them. No matter how hard they prayed or whatever, it still got them. So, what is the worst evil that's facing us right now? Is loneliness. And one could say it's an evil entity, could be. But do we allow it into our hearts? Because what we have felt as this love connection with by touch and being with people, the disconnect now is so strong with some folks, they can't shake it. No matter what they do, no matter how much they pray or ask for help, it doesn't come. It may have come, but they're so depressed and in despair, they can't see it if it was there. So they've reached a tipping point in that it could very well be that no matter what you say to them, they're already over the edge. They're not coming back, you know? Because they have given into despair. And of course, they have lost hope. Okay. Now, hope comes in many different sizes and shapes. A lot of people out there, oh, well, all this hopium crap, right? Well, if I can't hope for a better tomorrow, then what's my point of even, you know, I should just quit right now, right? And the answer is no, because I've been in too many tight situations in my lifetime and to where despair overtook me and I thought it was the end and I'm still here. So many things can come into our hearts when we don't have this conflict of seeking this heart connection with a single person or just a couple of people, like a family member or something, we feel forlorn and you know what I'm saying? So in this, I realize with you all and your presence that this idea of the heart connection extends way beyond knowing a person, because many of you I don't know except for your names in the chat room. But I feel that I've known you in some previous life, that we have all connected in some way, and that we are a family. We are a tribe. We are members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. And here we are, we're gathered together today or this evening, this morning, for another round of prayer, if you will. So, um, but in that, is there anything in particular? It's like, so if someone is in despair, but they don't discuss it, but you can feel it or hear it or something, then try to intervene. That should be our job. Well, I say job, it's more like a duty to try to see if we can help save another human being's soul, especially from the fact that they might put a gun to their head or hang themselves or take an overdose, and because they have found that this life is too difficult for them and that there is no hope. It's gone beyond that. And I say, okay, in a lot of ways, there are certain things that seem absolutely hopeless at the moment. We've been hornswoggled and bamboozled on so many different levels over the last 6 to 8 months. There are those folks out there with channels like, ooh, in the next 48 hours, something big is going to happen. Okay. How many times over the years, have we heard that from somebody? Something big is coming. Y'all get ready. It's about to happen. What's about to happen? From whose point of view? And does it really happen? And the answer for me up to this point is I've been hornswoggled and bamboozled by some of these folks, in that I place some trust in some of the things they're saying because there is truth in there. Now, for whatever the reason, those things haven't um, um, actively taken place. So we feel that we've been let down, bamboozled, and where we had a little bit of tiny shred of hope, it ain't there no more. But the next question that needs to come up is that there is no hope for what? In what? In what respect are you saying there is no hope? Politically, scientifically, worldwide, there is no hope. There's no hope for humanity. I said that many years ago, and I've been, happily, um, because of you all and other folks, I noticed that humanity isn't worthless. There's just worthless humans, if they are human, within our society and with, quote, the human race. And so they're the ones who have done their best to take hope away from us. And so it's up to us to say, look, you're telling me there is no hope, but every day that I wake up, I was grateful to see those two um, dragonflies today. I was just so grateful in that, oh my God, there's magic in the air kind of thing. I pulled that card last night and wow, what a, synchronicity and blah, 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 the whole drill. But what it reminded me was that I'm not alone in this universe, period. Getting a Duggar hug is a wonderful thing, but if I didn't have Duggar, I would still understand that I'm not alone in the universe. He just makes it a little easier. Now he's cantankerous at times, and I'm like, I don't, come on, I don't feel like getting up. And then I realize he's there because he's prompted me that I need to get up. I need to go out in the yard and play with him. I need to, for whatever reason, sometimes I get stuck in the dream time way more than I would want to. But there are a lot of lessons that are being taught there for me. And it's up to me then to try to make sense of some of this and then have the conversation with y'all. So, but anyway, in all of this turmoil of the world, we have to back ourselves out of what society wants to put on us. And I'm a worthless human being because I don't really produce much, and I'm down here by myself in the swamp. And what am I actually contributing to humankind, if you will? And I'm here having discussions with you because It's not that I feel that y'all are lonely out there, but it's that we need to have that heart connection. That's what it is. So as much as I'm like, I want to be greedy with my time, I realize that my time is better spent helping others to connect with the heart and to make sure that if there is despair with any of you out there, or a family member or someone that you know that you love and care for, and that we don't want to see anyone just give up their life because tomorrow may change everything. We don't know, right? We really don't. But to just give up in despair, I've been there so many times. I look on it and I go, wow. And I would have missed this if I had actually succeeded with some of my suicide attempts. I wouldn't have got to know Duggar. I wouldn't have got to know Teresa or Michelle or Johan or Chloe or Sophia or, Pure Love Ascension or David Castle or Doug. I wouldn't have met any of you folks. And you all have enriched my life as well because, I love having these conversations, and doing song time, and Michelle being able to come up with a title of some obscure song that I'm singing. But um, I view my role in this with humbleness. Before I started this, I went outside, looked up at the sky, and said, I'm here. I am, and I hate to use this term, but I am being of service. Okay. We have to take ourselves out of being selfish sometimes and go, I just don't feel like doing this. Well, now we might actually not feel like doing it, but sometimes in the doing of something we don't really feel like doing, there are blessings there. Okay. So I send my blessings out to you all in that you will have your own personal blessings. And that if you find yourself in a moment of despair or moments of despair, just remember that one single thing, and it may not be you, it may not be anybody that you know, but there could be an incident that changes things. And if we end our lives or we give up, then we would miss the opportunity for things to change in our lives so that despair would not be there, so that we could allow our hearts to accept other things, and that would keep us out of that realm of despair and loss of hope and loss of that heart connection. So each one of us, each one of you is important in this, in that when you talk between yourselves in here, thank you, Teresa. I love you too. My wife may be a little appreciative, but I'm not. I send you blessings and your kindness. Yeah, you too, pure love. So Project Skyfalls, I don't know who that message is meant to, but thank you. Um, Apprehensiveness can be a good thing. It can be, yes. And there are times when we want to know what's going to happen. How long is some of these things going to happen, and how long do we have to put up with these things, and how long do I have to tolerate this, and how much energy do I need to maintain to keep from myself from losing, to the battle of despair, to the battle of loneliness. And it does boil down to loneliness. Now, I've had this discussion with myself. When people aren't lonely, it's harder for them to fall into a despair. Okay. Now, there are people, though, that are surrounded by family that still fall into despair because of social stigmas and things. So I'm not saying that just because you have a family that you won't fall into despair. That, mm-mm. But it's less likely. People who are alone and don't have contact or people to help support them, they're more likely to say, screw it, I'm out of here, I give up. But we're here tonight for each other. And I am just the medium. I am not necessarily the go between. I'm the camp counselor for those of you who get that. And not that I'm here necessarily counseling, but I've started a group singing. We're all here together. How about that? We're going to have a hootenanny night, We're all going to sing together and we're going to share jokes and stories. And instead of being in despair, we're going to look for the light in each one of us. And we're going to share that light with laughter and love and cosmic hugs and encouragement for one another. So, and you're doing it right now in the chat. So, in this dreary life of ours, in this, well, what's going to happen next kind of thing. And, I don't know. There are changes ahead, that's for sure. And we need to get, be as prepared for the changes as much as possible, whatever those changes are now, mind you. But to live in the rest of our lives lonely when all we need to do is accept the universe into our hearts to fill that void of no connection to anything. Well, I don't have that connection that I had with my kids when, I don't have, it's not the same. But I must also agree to the fact that over my years, by not necessarily ignoring, my son and grandchildren and my daughter and all the things that used to torment me a lot. I've said, listen, life is what it is, but there is still heartfelt love, whether I get it from my son, grandson, daughters, grandchildren, whatever. It's not the point. I expected to have love from my children and grandchildren. That doesn't, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get it. You know what I mean? So I expected it. I was kind of sort of hoping for it. I was praying for it. And, it could still come. But to the point, though, I was lost in the despair that I would never get this back from them. I would, and maybe I never really had it. But to the point, though, the universe is vast and there are so many different beings and entities and things in the universe that when we open ourselves up to it, you honestly understand, like I do, that I'm just not alone. No matter how deep in the woods, with or without Duggar, no matter how deep in the woods or the swamp, or whether there's physically anybody around, any humans, I'm still surrounded by Mother Nature. I'm still surrounded by the universe. I'm still surrounded by the trees and the swamp and the water and the thingy and gators and fish and stuff, right? The wildlife, the nature of things, like last night's discussion was. So when we allow nature, the nature of things, to fill that hole in our heart, for however it gets there from each person, everybody's got their own little um I want the reason, I guess, doesn't really seem to be the right word, but your reason for why you feel that way. Well, my kids don't love me and this don't happen, and my husband gave up, or my wife is beat me in the head and try to poison me or whatever. So that connection that we seem to have lost, I spent a lot of time trying to seek another individual to fill that spot. And when the spirit said, listen, stop it. Do you really understand how much time you're wasting in trying to find a single individual, especially at my age, a single individual that will come and fill that spot, and that, oh, twin flame and all that? I'm sorry, but I think some of that's malarkey. Do some of us have a twin flame? I believe that. But, does everybody have a twin flame that they should be waiting on? And I firmly say no, because it might not be in this lifetime. You might have to come back again to find your twin flame. Now, for those of you who have watched the Dante channel, or the Cause, or some of the other channels that he's had, understands that in lifetimes he's always looking for Ishtar. And there are times when he has said that he spent a lifetime, a reincarnated lifetime, looking for his one and true love, Ishtar, when she may have already lived and passed, and he missed her. So we can spend a whole lifetime looking for our true flame when they might not be here this time around for us. And we have to learn to accept that, and have to say, well, wait a minute, maybe my twin flame, isn't available now. Oh, but I'm going to keep looking. I'm saying this about myself now. I'm going to keep looking. There's got to be one person out there but what if the opportunity's already gone? What if my twin flame isn't here this time around? But I miss her, or that flame. I miss that other, entity. I miss, quote, the love of my life. Or do I? Is that my perception? I wished I had it. Okay. So the wishing that we had a soulmate, wishing that we had someone to share our deepest and darkest or pleasant, whatever, moments with, and that would accept us for who we are and love us. And there's the sharing and the comment and the back and or is it that just society that says there's someone out there for everyone? That may be true, but it may not be true for us, especially for me at this stage of my life. That to think that, well, I'm going to find that one person to fill the hole is just nuts. Okay. And I spent a lifetime looking for that one person to fill the void of the heart that got messed up when I was a young child. And it carried on through many different um, parts of my life, with people that I knew, relationships that I've had, marriages that I've been in, because I kept trying and trying and trying, when actually it was a hopeless cause for me. In that I was looking for one entity, one person to fill that void. And so the universe had to kind of let me grovel in my own poo for a while, until I stuck my head up and went, wait a minute, I don't want to drown in my own shit, which is what I was doing. That whether or not there's another person out there for me, the universe is out there for me. I say my spirit guides and creators stepped in and said, Hawkeye, you can drown in your own shit if you want to, or you can reach out and take my hand and stand up, and we will show you that there's love in the universe, and it isn't with just one single entity. And so you got to have faith, right? And you have to believe, right? Believe, 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 believe. And you have to have faith in that. So I said, I put my faith into the universe and said, okie dokie, show me what you got. Because at the moment, I had zilch. And they filled my heart with the universe and said, guess what? If you will do this thing, which is like do videos and have chats with people, and, always be honorable, always be respectful. And, it has taken me a while to, not, deal with the troll like last night or this morning. Now it was last night. But anyway, that I think we all dealt with him differently, even though some folks were like, kind of pushing his button a little bit. Gossip rots a soul. Yeah, it sure does, especially if it doesn't pertain to you. But anyway, good comment, Lady Spitfire. I am my own twin flame. There you go. Y'all are talking, the walk is done alone. It's a blessing that you know that. Now, I have known people who've walked through life together, okay? I've known people who are married for a long time. I got some good friends that, my friend Randy that had the lawnmower fall onto him and put him in the hospital. And, he almost died 2 or 3 times in there, and they were going to unplug him. And they said no. And when they visited here a couple of weeks ago, the wife was like, I love him so much, I would do anything. And he said, my wife loves me so much, she has done everything for me. She has wiped my butt. She has helped me do this. She told the doctors, if you unplug him, I'll shoot you, so to speak. And so that there are those folks who have found individuals who love them unconditionally. But the thing is that at one time I thought there was someone, and because of my destiny, I had to push them away, literally push them away. It was horrible. It was horrible. It was horrible. But in the dreams and everything that I had, she was not in the picture because of circumstances. And after all these years of regret, I realized that as difficult and as hard as it was to do it, I have to say it was for the best. Not for me, because I lost that heart connection, but it was the allowing the other person to be free of me and any weird attachments, because I went through some really hard times, and I don't know if this person would have stuck with me. But the other side of the coin was I felt like my journey could not include this person for their sake, not for mine. Anyway, so I've dealt with that as a regret, but it's not a regret anymore, because in understanding that the universe will fill you up with manna, will fill you up with the energy of all of the spirits, of the Great Spirit, and of all of our ancestors, if we allow them to come and fill our hearts. So my grandmother is with me. So even though she has been gone, dead for 40 years now or so, the idea though that her spirit is still resides in me because of the fond memories. The same thing with my pops, my uncle who adopted me. We had some, interesting times and some arguments, but the bottom line was he loved me. Whereas my adopted mother, his wife, didn't have that same. He loved me as a nephew. He loved me as a son because he adopted me and he took on that responsibility, and he did not regret his decision. So I was with him till the end and carried him to the grave. Literally, I carried him to the grave as a pallbearer, because I felt it was my duty. And people were saying, Dave, you don't have to do that. There are other people who, and I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. It is my duty to carry my father, my dad, my uncle Arnie to the grave for all the things that he gave up to give me life, to keep me in a family, to give me a heart sense. So, and there are other people that I've met in my life that I've talked about. The Chauvars, the colonel that, who was, was in World War II and wrote all the manuals and things on machine guns and tanks, and, and his wife, who was absolute, their family, and the heartfelt things that they have provided for me over the years, and their love, and other people too. So it's not just one or two, but in that, if there isn't a person for me to fill that gap, there are lots of people and their love and the universe that, if you allow it, will fill up that hole. It will take away the despair. There are still times when I look out at the world and go, this shit's just fucking it's useless. How are we going to get out of this mess? Are we in a hopeless damn situation? Now, I ask these questions out loud and to myself, and in hopes that the spirit will say, hey, look, dude, these are some rough times right now, but we got this. One way or the other, we've got this. So, in having faith for myself, not in myself, but I have to have faith in myself that with all the hardships I have been through, this ain't one of them. It's a little stressful. It can be a little disparaging, and it can be a little, depressing. But I've lived through worser times. Yes, worser. I've lived through worser times. And the thing is that if I allow these worser times to make me feel worser than I already do, it's my choice to accept or receive that crap. So if I want to be in despair, I have to accept it. And I categorically say no to that. I do not accept despair. Does it look hopeless? Well, in a lot of ways, yeah. But in the last 5,000 years, the planet's still here mostly. These are wars and conflicts, and that's going to go on. That ain't never going to go away. There's always going to be some kind of conflict somewhere in this universe. And that's not to like, oh, Jesus, you mean everywhere we go? Yeah, everywhere we go, we're going to have to put up with we're going to have to tolerate something. If you go camping and it's a lovely place and all of a sudden, a rainstorm comes up and floods you out. Like I was down on the river and the water flowed backwards on the river, and flooded my campsite with literally within 30 minutes. I was like, it was underwater. And that was a close call, but it ruined a perfectly good weekend on the river kind of thing. But at the same time, it's like, but there are other weekends, there are other times. Was that just one of those weird happenings in the universe at that time where it was raining so hard south that the river flowed backward? The rain caught up with us too, but so you say, but you got to be prepared for anything. But if somebody had told me, well, be careful because the river is going to flow backwards on you, I said, you're full of shit, oops, but I've experienced it twice now. And I realized that, in Mother Nature, in the universe, all things are possible. Watching the river flow backwards, it's like is still the most uncanniest thing I've ever witnessed. One of the most uncanny things I've witnessed. But it didn't put me in despair. It pissed me off, and the canoe was half full of water by the time I got back to the truck, and there was a lot of crap that went on with that, and I hurt myself, anyway. So, but the whole thing is that as bad as the ordeal was at the time, I made it through it. I'm still here. I didn't give up. I got all my stuff in the canoe despite the rain and the flood water. I got everything back to the truck. I didn't lose anything in it. I hurt my knee in the mud, but that's healed. So at the moment, it was a tremendous moment of despair, and it was depressing, that all this stuff and you were doing everything you blah, blah, blah. But at the end of it, you go, wow, it was pretty bad at the moment at that time, but I can look back on it and go, wow, that was interesting. If I'm ever on the river again and there's thunderstorms, I'll be more careful to watch the weather a little more before I hit the river. But that, it's the awareness of the universe. It's the awareness that no matter what you shoot at me, I'm going to handle it the best way I know how. That's the faith I have in myself. I'm going to deal with it. No matter what it is, I'll deal with it. That's the faith. And I believe it in my bones. So for folks who have this lacking, look over your life up to this point and say, you've made it to here. That's encouraging right there. It took courage for every single one of us to get through life to put us where we are today. And it's going to take courage, faith, and belief in ourselves and in the universe to make it through whatever the next thing is. If it's a hurdle, if it's a sandstorm, if it's the river flooding backwards, whatever it may be, we got this. And have faith in yourself that it may be tough. I ain't going to say it's going to be a bed of roses. It may be tough. But there was a thing they said back when I was playing football. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. And we put up with enough shit in our lives up to this point. To give up now just seems to me to be not necessarily idiotic, but you've made it up to this point. Why give in now? Even if it is even harder, even if the river stays flooded or whatever the situation in life is, I want to see what happens. Even if it's a piece of crap, I want to see what happens. But my hope is that, as we go through the crap, we will learn how to deal with the crap. Whether there's, too much water in your canoe, you bail the damn thing out. You get under a big tree where it's not raining so hard, or you find a tarp, or you do something, right? Instead of just saying, well, I'm just sitting here. I give up. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll just drown, No, paddle and kick, because just because the water's rising don't mean you're going to drown, find a log to grab onto. I still want to find that tree that I found when I was drowned in the river, which is about, 9 years ago now at this time of the year on the Oclockney River. So I'm, sort of at an anniversary of one of my drownings. But the idea, though, that had I given up then and succumbed to the water, I would have missed all the things from that point forward. So it's not that I'm scared to die, not anymore anyway. I think what it is that I'm afraid I won't have any more adventures on this planet in this 3D. And I think what I would miss the most is the adventure of meeting you people, the adventures of going out and being on the river again and being in nature. I would miss all these adventures. Now, that doesn't mean that I won't have adventures in the universe, but in my 3D cognizant reality at the moment, I don't want to die because there's still more fun to be had. There's still more things to experience. And some of them are going to be crappy. I know that. But at the same point, I still want to see what happens. I want to see the end of the story. I was watching this really bad B movie. And it got to the point where I kept wanting to turn it off. And I said, nah, it's so crappy. I have to see how it ends, And I was, I kept laughing at myself. I finally turned it off. But as I think about it, I really would like to know how that damn crappy movie ended, right? There was just enough of a hang in there for me that I was like, so how are they going to end this thing? But anyway, so for people who may be in despair, you have to accept it. And if you see despair coming down the road, just tell yourself it's sort of like a bad ice cream truck, right? They're selling poison out of the ice cream truck, and everybody knows it, but they still come down the street. It's despair, right? So we can wait on the real ice cream truck and say, that guy is a fake. I'm not going to accept any of his candy or Slurpees or anything out of his wagon, because the good guy, he'll be here. We just have to be patient. Maybe he had a flat tire. Maybe he got sick. Maybe something happened to him. Maybe he couldn't get the ice cream or something. Maybe. So, and I'm thinking about the ice cream truck in our neighborhood that came around all the time when I was a kid. So, or whether or not you were going to have, it was 11 cents. It was a dime with a penny tax. So anything over a dime you had to pay a penny tax. So it was always 10 cents and a penny tax is how it was. Everybody said that back in the day. When my grandma run her store and I used to help her, behind the counter and everything in that little store, that's, would have to look on the little chart. And if you want to, I don't know, 26 cents, there was 2 pennies, or maybe it was 50 cents. I can't remember. Anyway, it was over a dime. It was a penny tax. And I'll never forget that, the penny tax, So, but if you bought something that was under a dime, no tax. So there were different kinds of candy you could buy, and that, for a penny, you could get 4 kinds of different. I mean, it was amazing how much candy you could buy for a nickel back in the day. No wonder my teeth are gone. But the idea, though, that we could spend up to 9 cents and keep a penny out of the dime and not have to have another penny, which could buy us a whole bunch more candy. So we could come back 10 minutes later and spend that other 2 cents, the penny that we saved for the tax and the penny from the dime, right, 9 cents, and get 2 more cents worth of candy and not pay any tax on it. We weren't stupid. A penny meant a lot back then. Sometimes that penny's worth more than $1 right now, considering the way it was back then with, candy bars and things anyway. So some people would despair because they wanted to spend the whole dime. But if they spent the dime, then they didn't have the penny for the tax, you see. So we learned how to put stuff back so we didn't have to do the tax. What's that got to do with something? We learned to deal with, there was despair if you spent 10 cents and needed another penny as a little kid. So, but we learned to deal with it, is my point. We learned to adapt ourselves to the penny tax. So in life, there's always going to be some kind of penny tax. So, but if we see it and understand it for what it is, then we can negotiate our own terms to where we might not have to pay that penny tax. You see what I'm saying? To the universe. But if you accept that that the ice cream dude is out to steal all our money, and that, it'll never get any better in the ice cream, you know what I'm saying? I know that's a simple term, but the ice cream man is the universe, and we can just accept that it's there. And they might not have your favorite today, but they will still have ice cream. And you go, well, I don't really do well with, butter pecan. Okay. All right. So, but that might be the only flavor that they have today. So you say, well, I really need an ice cream, but I'm not going to have it because all they got is butter pecan. Yeah, but the ice cream's still available. You know what I mean? So you can throw out the nuts. You can, and still have ice cream, or you can bitch about it and go home, with your panties in a bunch, right? So the universe is like that. We can accept it. And we don't have to eat the butter pecan if we don't like it, or we don't have to, whatever flavor it might be, you know what I mean, from the universe. But rest assured that everything that we need, especially as one of the cards said last night, it's there when we need it, not necessarily every time that we want it. So we ask for help from the universe, and you go, well, I really need help. And the universe might look down and go, no, you don't. You know how to get yourself out of this. Oh, help me, universe. I need help, blah, blah, blah. Oh, Jesus, come down and help me. And he might look down and go, look, I got bigger things on my plate than to worry, because you're just groveling in your own snot down there. Not to say you couldn't use a hand up, but you haven't been listening to me all this time. Why the hell should I stop what I'm doing, helping all these other people? If that was the Jesus complex, then I'm helping all these other people. Why should I stop? Because I've been helping you all along, but you ain't been paying attention. So there are people who are, the universe is going to help me. Okay, then the universe will, but it might not be as you expected. So we put forth our own feelings, we put forth our own heartstrings, we put forth, quote, our intentions. We try to manifest something from the universe. But if the universe says, I'm sorry, that's not on the menu today. But no offense, you're a diabetic and you want 5 pounds of candy. We're going to be the grown-ups and say, you can't have the candy because you're a diabetic. Okay. Now, that is a 3D kind of, but to the point. Well, I asked the universe and they didn't help me. Well, but you had all these other things. You had all these other tools. You had all these other avenues, but you didn't act on any of them because none of them were what you expected or what you wanted. Like I was saying many times before, you ask for a car, and then when somebody says, here's a Ford, you go, no, I wanted a Chevy. And you go, but it runs. It's a free title. No, I wanted a Chevy. I don't want no damn Ford, or vice versa. Or, you know what I mean? So the old joke about the guy that was, the floodwaters are coming, and he's standing on his porch and the streets and his yard's all flooded. Up comes this big fire truck. And it says, come on, get on. We'll help save you. And he goes, no, no, no. I'm putting my faith in the Lord. He's going to save me. So the truck goes on. The water comes up some more. Now it's up, getting up into the windows of his house, and he's, standing on the railing of his porch, and a boat comes by, and they say, hey, come on with us. We'll evacuate and save you. And he goes, no, the Lord's going to save me. God's going to save me. I got faith. So the water's rising even higher. Now he's on top of his house, and a helicopter comes by and says, hey, grab a hold of the rope. We're going to save you. And he goes, no, 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 no. God's going to save me. Well, the next thing you know, he's at the gates of was talking to St. Peter, and he looks at St. Peter and he goes, listen, I thought, God was going to save me from the flood. And St. Peter said, he sent a truck, he sent a boat, and he sent a helicopter. But you denied them all. So sometimes, we might want a luxury liner to come pick us up from the flood, when all there is some guy in a little rowboat saying, I can save you if you, get in with me. We go, nah, I don't want to get in that little rowboat with you. I'm going to wait for a bigger boat. I'm going to wait for a bass boat. I'm going to wait for, and they drown. So help is shown to us from the universe in many ways. But whether or not we accept these things, even though they're tiny, small little gifts that we might think that have no relevance in our lives, when we deny these simple things that are given to us from the universe, we run the risk of messing the whole thing up, right? We're at the gates with St. Peter going, how come God didn't save me? Well, what about the boat and the truck and the helicopter? Did God send him? Well, who do you think sent him to you, dumbass? St. Peter's like, get the hell out of here, right? Go away. You don't understand. So I've seen many people flounder over the years because they didn't get what they expected, even though there were blessings there to help them, but they didn't grab a hold of that lifeline. So in this time of despair and things, there are things that the universe gives us all the time, that rope to hang on to, if you will, not to hang yourself with, but to save yourself. Tie it around your waist, I learned, make sure you're not sitting on your your personal flotation device, make sure you got that sumbitch on in case you get knocked out of your canoe, in case you get your head, the canoe or the kayak hits you in the head if you're not wearing a helmet. I don't wear a helmet all the time. Now, if I was in rapids or something, I would, but that's not the case. But anyway, not to say that you couldn't get tumped out and hit your head on a log. So, but do you have your life preserver on? Say, well, no, God asked me, Dave, you almost drowned in the river in March about 9 years ago. What did you learn from that? Wear my flotation device. Now, did it teach me not to go on the river when it was flooding or anything? No. What it taught me was no matter when I'm on the canoe, no matter whenever it is, if I'm on the water, regardless of how good I can swim or whatever, I should have my flotation device on. So, in the grand scheme of the universe, Creator gives us a flotation device. It might not be a $200 vest or something. It might be, $2 water wings. It might be a log that comes floating by that we grab onto. It could be anything. But if it's not what we expect, then we're going to miss a lot. So, should we stop expecting things? No. What we should do, though, is stop over expecting. So someone says, I really need help with a car. Here's a Ford. Well, I don't want a Ford. That's my point. Take it, because that Ford, you might trade it in and get the Chevy that you want. It will give you time to save up money. It will get you wheels. It will get you going again. You know what I mean? It will help get you mobile to keep your job, whatever it is, right? But to deny and say, well, that's not really what I. So in the spiritual realm, the same thing happens. In the mental realm, people are still trying to sell. You're part of the matrix. And I say, only if you believe that you are. If you take yourself out of the matrix, shut your phone off. I turned off the computer for it wasn't quite 24 hours, but when I got done this morning, I closed the lid and said, I'm not opening the computer till this evening. And I did want to see where the weather was, but I stayed off of it, because I didn't want to be in despair, because I'm looking around at all the headlines and going, man, we've been hornswoggled and bamboozled, and I just don't want to watch it anymore. But does that mean that I'm in despair? Nah. It means that, election's over, certain things are done, and we're going to have to watch our prison guards, because if you don't think you are in a prison, and that you are, you have to keep an eye on your jailers. Don't piss them off, for God's sakes, don't piss them off, especially poke your finger in their eye, these people who are doing the demonstrating and who spit in a cop's face. If I was the cop and you spit in my face, I'd duck your ass. You know what I mean? I would just boom and say, spit on me again, dipshit. But, should we act that way? Well, they are acting that way, and it triggers our buttons to where we want to pummel the crap out of people. It's not a peaceable demonstration when there are people spitting at you and throwing rocks at you. You know what I mean? No matter who you are, cops or not. I have been beat up by cops. I have been thrown in the slammer by cops. I have been busted to population by guards. And look, I understand it. But if you know that they're the guards, there are ways that you can, I was an exemplary prisoner and was promoted to the highest, job in the jail as far as a trustee could be. And it was because of my mostly honest behavior. I mean, when you're a prisoner and you want to get drunk, you still have to pull some shenanigans. But anyway, You know, we were having filet mignon when everybody else was eating hot dogs. But that's, you know, you give up. People say, well, you know, you became a, you know, a servant for the man. I was like, yeah, I worked my ass off in the kitchen, but I learned how some really cool cooking techniques. I made friends with the sergeant who ended up, because I agreed to serve county time, I didn't have to go to the Rayford prison. I didn't have to go serve my time on in the state system. And because I had a, you know, I had a candy position there, and so people said, well, why did you sell out to the man? Because I weighed out my options, and this was my best option. Well, but you gave up this or that and this and that. Yeah, but you know, I ended up with the best job in the jail, and I had access to any of the meats that I wanted, any of the fruits, any of the vegetables. We could go cook any damn thing we wanted to, and nobody said a word because we worked our ass out in the kitchen. And it was one of the perks. I gained 20 pounds, and most of it was muscle while I was in jail for a year. And people say, but you sold out to the man. Yeah, but look what I got. I got a decent, you know, I was facing 20 years, and I got a 1 year county time and 4 years probation on a 20-year sentence. You know, it was overrated, but that's what they were going to give me for what I had. So it's like, so I'm facing 20 years, and there are those guys that, well, I took the 20 years, fuck them. You know, I'm like, you are crazy. You do deserve to be in here. You know, there's a time when you should swallow your pride and understand that for the better of your humankind, sometimes you have to make, and I don't mean this literally, make deals with the devil, but there are those people who thought these people were the devil. And I found out differently. And when I acted like a human being around them, they acted like human beings to me. So the Sarge would come in on Sundays, and he bought a case of sweet potatoes just so he and I could eat fried sweet potatoes on Sundays while he was making up his menus for the week. Nobody else got fried sweet potatoes. But Sarge liked me, went to bat for me, and ended up getting me the job. And I served him well because that was the agreement I made with the sergeant of the kitchen, right? And he went to bat for me with the judge and so forth. So I can never say enough for that. Did he work my ass off? Yes. But I made that time easier for myself instead of being in population where the risk of getting raped by whoever was very high on the list, to where, you know, I had my own, you know, private cell with a couple of guys that worked in the kitchen, and nobody was into raping anybody. And we played cards, we got along, there's a camaraderie there. You know, there are times when I miss that little Mexican, you know, little Joe. But, you know, in that, of all things, though, the experience, we get what we earn. We show respect and show honor. Respect and honor can come back to us in the strangest of ways. Do we accept it? Well, it's not what I wanted. Yeah, but it's better than a lot of these alternatives. Well, I don't know, but it's not what I wanted. You know, I'm not working for the man, so I'm going to sit here in this cell and rot for the next 10 years. Okay, good for you. I can't do that, won't do that, didn't do that, and ended up getting out with a year and 4 years probation. And I served my probation in 3 years and was off early. And that was because of honesty and respect and so forth. And the fact that they knew that I was trying to be a better person. I was trying, you know, I wasn't being in bars and drunken places and like that, um, even though I got drunk on the weekends at home or something. But I wasn't out publicly. You know, did I stop all my behavior? Most of them I did, because I figured, what's 4 years in the grand scheme of the rest of my life, right? So we have to take and weigh out what is presented to us by the universe. How do I get myself out of this hole? Accept the smallest gift from the universe, because that might be your ticket out. Well, it's not what I wanted. but it may be what you need. Okay. So, Creator, the universe will give you what you need, especially if you utilize it to the best of your ability. Adapt, you know. So, with this idea of despair, and are we feeling lonely? I got to say, yeah, a lot of us are feeling lonely. We can't make that connection. But at the same time, we are all here now. We are all here sharing. And whether I'm online with you or not, you folks are still in my prayers, regardless. And earlier on today, I had a dream about somebody, and I can't honestly, I can't remember who it was, but it was very interesting. And I was like, it was somebody in the chat and something, something. And whatever it was, though, it was good. Sorry, I'm getting slap happy. Well, Sophia, let's all get slap happy with you. What time is it? It's 1:16 a.m. It's almost 1:20. Okay. So it'll be 4:20 somewhere. So if you got one, smoke them. I'm a 61-year-old widower. Is that what it says is me? My dad, my Uncle Arnie, my dad, my pops, his wife died a lot younger than he did. He lived for a good 15 or 20 years later. Did he miss his wife? Yes. But he also realized that life must go on. And we went through a lot of hardship. I mean, years of cancer treatment and operations. And oh my God, he really put up with a lot with his wife. And so, but that he realized that his kids were still with him. We still loved Pops. We still visited him, called him on the phone. He still had his friends and neighbors, and he, my Aunt Shirley, he and they stayed together, not as a couple, but as a brother and sister-in-law, and kept a family, uh, type bond between them. And then they finally realized they needed their own space, and they sold out the house and bought their own individual places. But they still had dinner 2 or 3 times a week together. They still, went to things and went to social. So even though they had separate places, and because Dad always wanted to live on a golf course, and so he did. In his later years, he moved to a golf course, and it was like 2 blocks to the green, and he loved it. In his last years, it's what he wanted, you know. He wanted to eat pork rinds and play golf. God bless him. Still say to this day, if he'd laid off some of the cracklings and some of the grease, he might, because his heart was like 98% blocked when they operated on him. And he never really regained consciousness after 3 months in intensive care. When he did wake up, he told me, he said, Dave, unplug me. So he was with us for 3 or 4 days to say goodbye to everybody. And then 4 days later, he went into a coma. And the day after Thanksgiving in 1999, we unplugged him. A week later, we unplugged him. So he knew he wasn't supposed to be here. But he also knew that he was back to say goodbye and to bring closure, if you will. Very interesting. It's happened a lot of times to a lot of different people. So there is still hope. We hoped that Pops would wake up. He did. We prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. He woke up, but he didn't come back to us. You know what I mean? He woke up to say goodbye. And that was maybe his last wish. Let me come back, say goodbye to my family, and then I'm yours. So, there are Alzheimer patients that have these moments of lucidity just before they pass away or before they're just are absolutely gone forever. And it's a sad thing, but it is what is natural in the natural scheme of the universe. We live, we love, we laugh, but at the end of it all, we pass on. Some easier than others. Um, some with more doubts when they pass. I mean, anybody who commits suicide, especially now that I've understood it myself, how much of a true sin in the world that it is, in that you ended your life on a really bad note. You know what I mean? Uh, Now there are those folks who would say, but their life was their life was in so much despair. We hate that they committed suicide, but they're better off. Really? Now I've said that myself a time or two, or three or four. Maybe they're better off, but in the grand scheme of the spirit, did they make the right choice at the moment? Or was it the despair and loneliness and inadequacy and no faith in themselves that they succumbed to that evil? And it's an evil darkness that descends on you. But you have to have enough faith and willingness to, even though you're covered in shit from head to toe, you go, well, now ain't this a fine mess we got? Going back to Laurel and Hardy, isn't this a fine mess you've gotten us into? I think that was Oliver Hardy. So when we take that into consideration and say, well, listen, it's really rough, and I just want to get out of this world. Okay. That's succumbing to the loneliness. And it's difficult. There's been so many times I'm telling you, I went through a period of 2 or 3 years when, the idea of dying was like, that's what I wanted to do. I didn't want to live. I pointed my truck at the end of the bridge without an airbag, and have swerved from the end of the bridge just at the last minute, going, no, don't do this. But I don't want to live anymore. I've lost, can't find a woman. I can't find a wife. My children have left, blah, 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 blah. And I look back on those days and say, if I had succeeded, look what I would have missed. The floods, the drownings, but all the happy times in between too. The people that I've met, the community spirit with all of you all. So let's keep doing what we're doing. Let's keep speaking to one another. Let's keep the communication lines open. Regardless of how bad the darkness seems to get, let's reach out to our neighbor and say, I'm in a period of darkness. Can I borrow your flashlight? You know what I mean? Smoke if you got them. I missed the 420. It's 424. I'm sorry, 124. So I know many of you know that you can call me or email me. You could, we can chat, whatever it is. But I won't forget you. You will stay in my prayers, all of y'all. And that regardless of tuna and carrots go great together, and it's good for you. I had fried tuna tonight, actually. But anyway, no carrots. I was going to say something clever, but I can't beat time and tuna. I can't beat time and tuna. Tuna and carrots. I got you. Yeah, 124. Hawkeye, ain't that something, right? I've been at this almost 2 hours again, and it feels like just a few minutes. But each of you know different people in the chat room, and each one of you know that you can rely on these people at least to show up in a chat and let's talk. So it's important that regardless of how deeply depressed or, hopeless we may feel, given a little bit of time, a lot of times that feeling will go away, especially if you allow the universe to enter in and fill you with love and wisdom and blessings. And even though those blessings might be drips of water during a drought, it doesn't matter. Take the little crumbs. Well, I don't like crumbs. Yeah, but maybe them crumbs will get you by for a couple of days, and then when something else turns in the universe and just opens up entirely to you. When I gave up looking for a one person deal to fix the whole, right? And when I listened to my spirit guides, when they said there is a whole universe of love and honor out there. And if you'll give up this search for an individual, not that there isn't one out there for you, but if you will give up that search, because all your focus is, and it was, all of my focus was finding this person. What a bunch of fucking wasted time. But when I said, okay, I give up. I give up this thing. I'm going to listen to you all finally. And they were patient. And they said, okay, open up your heart, Dave. Let Hawkeye in. Let the Hawkeye spirit be your spirit instead of this whiny pod David Null that's always he's the bipolar guy. He's the guy that's depressed all the time. He's the guy that can't everything is hopeless. He's the one. And when David stepped back and said, okay, Hawkeye, it's your turn. I give up. I've tried it my way and it sucks. I'm bad at this. So Hawkeye stepped in and said, okay, universe, show me what I need to know. And that's when I got one of them really heavy duty, deep waves of energy that overcame me and filled me with love from the universe. Jesus, I've read the Bible, I listened to different pastors, and I realized that I always had Jesus in my heart, okay? For Ahmed or whoever it was last night, I've understood that Jesus has always been in my heart, okay? And that's part of the universe. So it's like I don't need the Bible to know what I know in my heart. I never lost the compassion for other people. Well, that's what Jesus taught us, and other entities. But in this that wait a minute, I didn't stop believing in that, but I stopped believing in myself as part of that. Well, yeah, but that's Jesus. That's over there. I can't, I'll never achieve that. Well, I don't want to be Jesus. Okay, that ain't it. But I am still carrying the Christ consciousness with me, in that peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. I wish no harm on other people. And as I've learned, I wish no harm on anything. It went from 10 commandments to a couple of commandments. And then I said, these commandments are stupid. Let's go with the law of nature, the law of one, of doing no harm to anything. And that overrides any of the religions. You know, it includes all of those 10 commandments, except the church and obey God and do this and go to church on Sunday, okay, make holy the Sabbath. A 10 commandment. Yeah, okay, right. What's that got to do with the universe? Because if you understand the spirituality of the universe, you don't just go on Sundays. Every day is Sunday. Every day is a day of prayer. Every day is a day of unity with the universal law of do no harm. And I wish compassion upon my fellow man, no matter how evil or wicked, mean, and bad, and nasty they may be. I'm still going to pray for them, you know, and instead of being pissed at them all the time, you know. 2 or 3 days ago, they were spraying oh my God, the spray. And so I wanted to shake my fist at the skies and go, you sons of bitches. But then I remembered that old Indian chief, the wise man, medicine man, shaman, elder. And he said, I look up there and I go, I could be mad at it, or I can say thank you. That whatever is going on is the Great Spirit his hand is in it. And if it's something nasty, then I'm going to have my faith that Creator will make it better before it actually hits the ground. And so instead of, because he said being mad at it all the time, so he changed from shaking his fist at the clouds, the fake ones, to not necessarily welcoming them, but Creator, I hope you know what you're doing. I have faith, that you'll take care of us. I have faith that you're looking out for Mother Earth, and leave it at that instead of being bitter and angry all the time. So it is, I still want to shake my fist at the sky. Don't get me wrong. But I have to be better than that, because being bitter and angry at whatever ain't going to stop it, you know? But if I send love and say, Creator, to the spirits of the universe, to Mother Earth, she could create lightning and drop them out. For whatever reason, I'm hoping that for whatever the reason is, that there will be good that come out of it. Whether it does or not, I don't know, but I'm putting my faith in it, because I'm tired of being bitter. I'm tired of being angry. I am tired of shaking my fist at the skies. When I shake my fist at the skies, I'm shaking my fist at the universe, not just the clouds. So I want to be careful. And I look up there and I go, oh, them sons of bitches are spraying again. Okay, Creator, I hope you know what you're doing. So I have my 10 or 15 seconds a cussing. Don't get me wrong, but I leave it there and drop it, you know. So, but I'm only human in that respect, I see that it's unnatural and potentially evil, and I curse that part, but then I say, Creator, change what needs to be changed, and take care of us and Mother Earth. Now, so almost 2 hours. I can't believe it's been almost 2 hours. Uh, yeah, I have faith. I'm here, guys, just listening and meditating. Okay, Doug, we love you. We're all here. I will say this, Johan. We are all here for a similar reason. And because my life story is not Michelle's, or it's not Teresa's or Doug's. There may be similarities, and I know I'm being picky, but we're all here for similar reasons. And those reasons are exactly what we're doing. We're reaching out to other people. We're keeping a cosmic, galactic connection. We're reaching out to each other, and sometimes out of necessity, okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm reaching out to you to just be friends and let's have a chat. I expect nothing in return. If I do, that's okay. But as I told you all last night, early this morning, and I reiterate it, I never, very seldom, maybe once or twice, said share this with someone. So you all share it because you think it's important, not because I do. I do this because it's necessary in my world, and through my spiritualness, through my spirit contacts. This is necessary that we get together and have a chat. Even though I paused my movie, doesn't matter. I get back to it. What's more important is to make sure that because I know there is loneliness and despair out there. And I love you all so much. I want to say, please don't let it, eat into you. And if you know somebody, now there are some folks, I think they've made their choice. I don't want to get better. To hell with spirituality. What do I want to believe in a God for? Well, I don't believe in a God either, like the Bible, that mean and nasty some bitch is not my God. Okay. I'm just saying. Now that has nothing to do with Jesus. Okie doke. Just reiterating that. But the God of the Old Testament was a mean, nasty, evil some bitch in my book. Asking Abraham or whoever it was to sacrifice one of his sons, asking for, no, stop it, you know, because the creator of all things would never wish to harm his creations. Now, through natural storms and this and that and society, but if the creator that I'm aware of in the universe would not do those things that God supposedly did, talking with the devil and making a deal about Jesus. Uh, you know, um, oh, what's his name? That had his whole family and everything taken away, and it is all everything, and he, because it was, um, God was testing his faith. What was his name? Anyway, but to the point though, creator just wouldn't do that. The creator of all things would not do that to um, his or her children. Just wouldn't. So that's one of the reasons why I think that the God in the Bible is a construct, okay? Because Native Americans never felt that creator, now there were times where superstitions, the rains fell. Well, God must be mad at us. When actually it simply, and maybe he was pissed at some of them folk. But at the same time, you just got to say, but that is the nature of things. When we understand nature, there are going to be storms, and there was a storm this morning. Lots of wind, no hail, few limbs on the ground, and about a half inch of rain, roughly. And we needed a good shower. Didn't last long. Could have hung around a little longer, but there were tornado conditions that didn't uh, transpire down here. I know it's superstitious, knock on wood, but I know that I live on planet Earth. I know that there are, especially this time of year, there are really warm weather down here and really cold weather up there. It always brings some kind of lines of thunderstorms and tornadoes this time of year. It always happens. Sometimes it's worse than others, but it always happens. It's not a fluke. When I was a kid growing up, we didn't have all this Doppler radar and stuff, but we got reports. I mean, people in Kansas and Missouri and all that. I was in Kansas City, Kansas, ate dinner there, and got gas. And while we were listening to the local radar, there were 3 tornadoes in the area. And I was like, and they were like, oh, this is common this time of year, and it was in the middle of summer, the end of June, I think it was, 1st of July, about in there. But the sky, I'd never seen the sky that dark and ominous. And oh my God, there are evil things that live in them clouds. And people were walking around like, well, it's a couple of miles from us, we're good. And I'm like, let's get in the car and haul ass north. Well, let's get out of this area right now. I say I was terrified in that I had not seen these many storms, listening on the radio. Well, there's one 2.5 miles south moving, blah, blah, blah. There's one to the west, and this moving. And I'm going, I just went out of here. And people were going to the gas station and having and going around their daily routine like nothing was happening. And there are 3 big, huge tornadoes. I mean, the sky was so black. It was scary, scary. But it wasn't nothing to them because they were used to it, you know? I I hope I never get used to that sort of thing. You know what I'm saying? But it is the nature of things. So why should it, but creator did it? Did he? Did God do that, or was it just some storms that always happen about this time of year? Is it actually a natural phenomenon? Oh, well, God did it to us. Jesus, we gotta invoke Jesus' names to stop these storms. And I'm saying, Jesus got better things to do, and he don't know if he can stop that storm. But with a little luck from the universe, you might get into your storm shelter. You might, take refuge. You might be able to be warned so that you won't be there if and or when the tornado does hit you or, come near. I've had two of them go over my house. Okay, tornadoes tore my neighbor's barn down. Okay, about 30 years in between. So when I know about tornadoes, I know about tornadoes. My backyard is full of trees that are down, humongous 200-year-old trees that are down because of tornadoes and that hurricane a few years back that spawned tornadoes in my backyard that went over the house and nailed my uh, neighbor's barn. So yes, I know what it's like to have a tornado go over you. In a way, I kind of sort of wish I didn't know what it was like, but because it's scary as hell. But made it both times. Can I say that Jesus was looking out after me? I can absolutely say that I know the spirits were, making sure that, I was in the house and not outside. And because there was all this debris and that I was aware of it going over the house again, I was like, crap. But, did I feel like God sent the tornado to tear up my trees? And it was interesting to see my neighbor's barn go up again. But anyway, and they put it back in the same place. Like it's been torn down twice now by tornadoes. And, they still rebuilt it on the same spot. I'd have moved it down the hill or around the corner, something. But anyway, say, how many times do you think that would happen? Twice to my neighbor since I've lived here. But anyway, so the first one was during Hurricane Kate in the 80s, the mid 80s. And the last one was 3 years ago now through that hurricane, right? But anyway, nobody was injured. It was not the house, but nobody's living in the house at the moment. It was the barn. But honestly, what are the odds that in a 30-year period, the same barn, well, the same spot would get nailed again by another tornado? I mean, what are the odds? Seriously. But the fact that I made it through both times gives me hope. Like, if I live another 30 years, if that happens again, will I survive or will I even be alive to see it? But to the point though, you say, well, you made it past one. That'll never happen again, right, Dave? It did happen again. So you say, well, what are the odds? Pretty slim, right? But the whole point is that it happened. Did I curse God? Did the people on the hill curse God because, it was their barn that got it again? I just snickered and said, couldn't you all move that barn? Anyway, um, I guess they're hoping that they won't be alive in the next 30 years to see if it gets destroyed by another tornado. But anyway, and one could say that God was angry, but was God angry at all the trees in the backyard where the tornado touched down? That they would destroy his own trees on purpose? You know what I mean? From that standpoint that I've created this, now I'm going to tear it down. Now I'm going to destroy it because I can. I created it. I can do what I want to with it. And I say that we have to have faith that the universe is better than that. That the creator of all things don't make things so they can be destroyed, but natural occurrences are always in the universe And sometimes sucky things like tornadoes happen, hurt property, take lives, and are generally a pain in the rear end. But do we curse the universe for that? Or just say bad luck? You know, there's a couple of areas in Moultrie that had, of all the places in Colquitt County, there was a certain area near Norman Park that got struck 2 or 3 times with tornadoes. You know, I mean, within a half a mile over a couple of year period, there was another tornado, wiped out another trailer. Thank God people weren't at home. And a couple of years later, you know, another big storm, springtime, another tornado went through and wiped out a barn and some other stuff, you know. I'm not sure if anybody ever got killed, but you know, over there near Funston. I said Norman Park, but there were a couple over near Norman Park too, but Funston. And but did all the people move out of Funston? No. I don't know if anybody rebuilt down that one road where it seemed like they were just, you know, God had a line on it and they were like, he'd put one down and they would just go through Tornado Alley, they were calling that area. Or is it just, you know, is it the freaks of nature in that, you know, there's something in that area that creates some kind of vortex or is good for whatever, you know? But did God point his finger down and say, I'm doing this to these people because I can and I want to, because they deserve it? That's my point. So I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that God. I believe that Creator made nature and our experience on this planet on in this particular time through for us is to learn whatever, you know, nature throws at us. It if it were always just pleasant all the time, I think we'd just get frickin' bored. You know, down in Florida, I moved out of Tampa down there because the seasons never changed. It was always the frickin' same. And I moved up here and you know, the oak trees lose their leaves and, you know, there are other things and it's not the same all the time. You know, it just was the same all the time. No, I like winter. I kind of hate to see it go. You know, it never did really get down into the 20s, at knock on wood, but you know, it it got, you know, stayed in the 30s for a while. I don't know if we got enough cold weather for all the berries and fruit trees to produce, but we'll keep, you know, we'll keep that prayer going. I haven't seen the bees working in the trees, so I have my doubts about whether or not there'll be any plums this year, and there might not be any pears. Of all the pear trees I've got around here, I don't know if there'll be any pears because there's no bees to pollinate the trees. But anyway, is that God bitching at me and saying, you know, you can't have any pears, or you know, or is it just that there aren't any bees, you know, because of what man has done to this planet? So I should curse man for what he's done to removal of the bees and the quail and all the things I've talked about and all the plant life and so forth that doesn't exist here anymore that used to be common. Was it God's doing? Am I going to curse him? Am I going to, invoke the name of Jesus to come down here and fix this? You know, well, Jesus is going to come in on a cloud. Well, that means he's an alien. No, he ain't. He's going to come riding in on a cloud. Isn't that what aliens do? They hide in clouds. Well, but you know, Jesus wasn't an alien. Are you sure? He rose from the dead. Just saying. Well, but that was something else. Was it? Um, you know, we just have to consider of all the native tribes and so forth, they believe they came from the stars. 3,000 years of oral tradition, they know they came from the stars. So why can't white people understand that? You know what I mean? Why can't the white culture understand that? How come the white culture has to tear everything up and not just live with the land? Why do, you know, these spiritual people like the 700 Club say that we have dominion over the earth? because it says so in the Bible. So to me, the Bible is a trash heap, because to give dominion over the earth and to see what man has done with all of these unnatural things, to give us things, to be greedy, to make money, to own, to control. Is that really what we need? We need to control our own lives and accept what we wish to accept. If somebody's selling crap on the street, you don't have to buy it. So it's up to you, and it's up to us to keep up the good work that we're doing. Had a baby honeybee in my house 2 weeks ago, the day after the ice storm. He was in the wrong neighborhood. Yeah. Cold weather helps me. Sleeping, having a snowball fight. Why not? Maybe a snowman. Haven't made one in a while. Don't really mind the shoveling, but right, Jody. We don't get snow down here like that, but pretty sure there's a reptilian behind the dying bees. No, it's man. The dying bees are because of what man has done. Blame it on a reptile if you want to, but man has done this. Okay. Yeah, the Ozarks are beautiful, Isby. I tried moving out there quite a few times, and Creator kept bringing me back here. So, and I still want to go back down to the Buffalo River. I think I know some places in Arkansas that some other people don't know. If Indian Rock House, if you've ever in Arkansas, you got to go take the trip. It's amazing. Um, should be a lot of smoke weed for at least 1 hour a day. Yeah, Jody says because most white folk understand is the Bible told me so. And we grow up singing that song, at least some of us did. For the Bible tells me so. Anyway, and there was a lot of bloodletting in the churches. I am washed in the blood of the Lord. I live not too far from the Buffalo River. I mean this jokingly. I hate you, Elderberry. There are places on the Buffalo, and now that I got canoes and I went down it, and I had a rubber raft, but it was not like a kayak or canoe. And if I ever get the chance, I'm going back to Arkansas, and I'm going back on the Buffalo. If you're close enough, Elderberry, have you ever been to the Indian Rock House? It's in the Buffalo Point Park thing. Anyway, and it's a hike down Panther Creek. But it's one of the most spiritual. Um, you fish a lot. I fished it, but the water was kind of high. We were the first ones down it during a flood that they had to evacuate people with helicopters back in 2002, 3, somewhere in there. And there were tents 20 feet up in trees, socks and people's belongings. It was amazing. There were a lot of snakes up in the trees too. But we were the first people to get on the river after and the guy was like, the river is at 9 feet. And I was like, so, and he's like, but that's, close to flood stage for us. And I said, 9 feet on the river. I said, the Flint's 12 feet all the time. And there are rapids and rocks and I looked at the river and I went, so? And he goes, well, it's up to you. And I don't know what Ozark mean. It's just the name of it, like Florida, you know. Put on the top of the Isby Mobile. Yeah, if I could drive and if my truck would make it, I would definitely. Me and the dog would go back to Arkansas. All right, guys. We have a good time hanging out with you too. So good night. Be safe. Have a safe walk. You know, walking with a wife is a good thing, especially if they want to. So, and I'm going to say good night to you all. Good morning myself. I want to go out and check the weather and see where the stars are. Um, Jamie Hiller, hi, how are you? It's 5:55 a.m. here. It's 1:56 here. If Well, I didn't set my clocks ahead, so it's not too late here actually for me. So everyone, yeah, the little things are very sweet and precious too, I might add. I do not like going to church because of how often I hear the sacrifice, yep, and the stuff like that. I feel like I was going to a weird Satan cult, especially singing "Washed in the Blood." Yes, absolutely. And when I was in the Catholic Church and they started the folk masses and stuff, I was one of the first to play a guitar and be involved in the folk mass through Tampa Catholic and Most Holy Redeemer and in at that time in my life. And so one of the songs was, get this, sons of God, hear his holy word, gathered round the table of the Lord, eat his body, drink his blood, and we'll sing a song of love. Alleluia, 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 alleluia. And when it was a period in time when I graduated high school in 1970, and that's when I had my conversations with Sister Helene, and she told me all about some of the nasty things going on inside the Catholic Church and the Vatican and so forth. She was the one that told me that Jesus went and studied Buddha, so I've understood a lot of these things for most of my life now. And the more that comes to light, the more that what she told me was absolutely spot on all them years ago. But I realized that the sons of God hear his holy word, gather round the table of the Lord. But when it got to the part of eat his body and drink his blood, and we'll sing a song of love, I said, nah, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. I understand what they mean by being washed in blood, but the singing about eat his body and drink his blood around the altar, sorry, I'm out of here. And I haven't been back. So, I think I've come to the party late. Yeah, a little bit in that I did a 4 hour last night and plus 2 hours with Andromeda 7. And now I'm here for 2.5 hours again. Not that I mind it. But I kind of interrupted what I was doing. Not that the movie was that special, but in that I wanted to do some other things this evening. So, but for those of you pass along the loneliness part, hey Mary, how are you? I was Catholic too. I left too. Yeah, it just got to be too weird. And I had this discussion, and there other people are talking about it now too, but I've said for quite a while, the Pope ain't the Pope. This Jesuit guy, the Catholic Church threw the Jesuits out a long time ago. And so as soon as they put this Jesuit guy in there, every one of us who knew what said, "Oh shit," you know. But the Catholic prophecies say that the guy that's in there now, being Francis, is the last pope. That's through Catholic prophecy, okay? And they've been trying to hide it for a long time. But when this last guy came in, who is now the mayor of Rome, he is not the pontiff because the other guy's still alive. And so, but the other guy is like chicken shit, all right? Ratzinger. And so there have been very few times in history that this has ever happened in the church or something like that. But the idea, though, that Catholic prophecy, much like Nostradamus, they have hid this stuff for a long time. And then all of a sudden it came out a few years back. And then, the first uh, uh, Paul the First, right? He lived for 33 days. 33 days. And then he died. Okay. You have to just scratch your head and go, what the F? So then there was a Pope John Paul II, right? And if you don't think that stuff has been manipulated and twisted and messed with, oh, please pay attention. Well, he had a change of heart, so they decided to shoot his ass, but he survived. And then they came up with the Pope Mobile thing. But Ratzinger got in there and he found out some of the really deep doo-doo stuff, and he just said, I can't do this. He wasn't the cleanest cardinal ever when they elected him. But when he got in there and saw what only the Pope could see, he said, I don't want any of this. I resign. And then they appointed the Jesuit. Catholics would not appoint the Jesuit. You follow me? So there are other entities involved inside the church. And some of his last speeches, one yesterday or today it was, that he's talking about that the church should follow this new order idea of things. He's really pushing out loud the new world order thing. So if you don't think there's some shenanigans within the hierarchy of the Catholic Church, think again. But all the other churches lead to the Vatican. Even the Mormons, what was it? They built a temple near Vatican City in Rome or something, and like right down the street from the Vatican. Why would they do that? I'm just what? So anyway, the Episcopalians, the Baptist and all them others, in one way or another, they all report to Rome. They all report to the supreme, supposedly Godhead on earth. And a lot of people, oh, no, we ain't got nothing to do with them. Then how come they all get together and they all go over and kiss the Pope's ring then? If they didn't have any ties to the Catholic Church, then why do all these other church leaders go over there and they all get together and they kiss his ring? Well, that's subjugating yourself. Pope holds out the ring for me. I'm just going to go, nice ring. Where'd you get it? Who'd you steal it from? How many babies did you have to rape to get that one? But, that's my point of view. That video with a creature at Mass at the Vatican dressed just as the bishop, I didn't see that Mary Wins. How long ago was that? Isby, don't cast any spell on my behalf, please. No casting. Sorry, you keep the casting to yourself. Don't put it on me. I don't want it. If you're casting anything, please don't include me. What church is across from the Vatican? They built a Mormon church, I believe it was, because they all went over there. But you know, the Mormons, they keep these really heavy duty records of all kinds of DNA and stuff and all this. And for a long time, they've had some kind of underground something with the Vatican. Just saying. Okay, Mary, you got my email? Send it to me. I would like to see it. Can I understand what you mean by you're sending out a favor to us? But please don't do any spell casting on my behalf. Please keep it out. Okay. I know what spell casting is, and there's a straight line between the Great Pyramid, Taran Island, and Vatican City. Guess which one is newest? I don't know. Okay, speak the words, but don't cast any spells. Okay, Isby? That just creepy. Messenger, no. Um, Here, I'll put it in the chat room. bwnull52@gmail.com. It's pretty simple. The 52 is the year I was born, and David, middle name Wayne, null 52. So dwnull52@gmail. It's an easy one to remember. Yeah, there's been some really creepy things that happened with the, in the Vatican, around the Vatican. The Irish priest that died back in '99 that wrote all those books that I keep forgetting his name. But he was telling about the things that have been and going on in the Vatican. And it has been reported that they have a black mass. Get this, downstairs from the main basilica of the Vatican. So but they start the black mass, go upstairs, say the regular mass. So in so many words, they are capturing the prayers of the people unawares now that actually gets tied to the black mass, so that when they finish, they go back down and finish up. So it's like, what? And I've heard that from different areas, from Catholics who are understanding how evil the Vatican is, and nefarious, and oh my God. So when people who find out, there are still a lot of Catholics that go, no, that's not possible. That just isn't possible. Well, those folks will want to kill themselves. Corruption is like an onion, and it has many layers. Absolutely. My head is full of magic, baby, is a lyric. But anyway, yeah, Mary, send me that video or the link or whatever. I would love to see that. Well, I say I would love to, but there are creatures that have been videotaped. And way back when I used to listen to Wayne, he was doing a thing, and it had to do with different critters. And this has been 3 or 4 years ago, but he was showing one of the tsunami floods that came in over at Japan. And you see this critter crawl out of, now I've seen it other than on Wayne's channel, but he did a thing about it one day. And but you see this critter crawl out of the water and climb up this building and hop over to the other side. And so it's clearly visible that there are all different types of critters out there. Um, and to the point about reptilians, okay, I've had my fill of, for a lot of people, everything they see is a reptilian. Everything, because it's been ingrained into us by certain channels that, the reptilians are the bad guys. It's the reptilians. It's the reptilians. It's the reptilians. Now understand this: if you're convinced that it's reptilian, that's what you will see. So be careful in that. Years ago, I was in the same instance, and I had to realize, because it had to do with shadow beings, that all shadow beings were evil, wicked, mean, bad, nasty, and that ain't true. Simply because they're in the shadows, it may be that that's where they live, in the different areas, but all beings that are in the shadows are not evil. We just have to accept that. And even even that, things that may appear to be reptilian may not be reptilian. It's our brain that says, "Ooh, that's a reptile. That's one of them." I'm just saying. But there are a lot of people out there that every time I listen to it's the reptilians did it. That's like blaming everything on Trump, or blaming everything on this guy, or blaming everything on that guy. There are a lot of other entities out there that are not reptilian, but they are shapeshifters. They are, people want to call them demonic. They're not demonic in the sense that they're of the devil, but they're really evil, wicked, mean, and bad, nasty entities. But they're not demons, okay? They seem like demons. They act like what we're told are demons, but they're entities from other realms, other dimensions, and other planets, okay? They're sent down here to screw with us, all right? And to do us harm. But are they demons? No. Are they jinn? No. They're aliens. Period. They're aliens, all right? Um and there is enough weird stuff already, but people want to classify anything that's different as supernatural, as if it ain't good, or they don't see it as good, then it must have demons attached to it. And that's not true. Now, they could be evil, wicked, mean, bad, nasty, but that doesn't mean they're from Satan. It doesn't mean they're Satan's spawn. It just means they're evil, bad, wicked, mean, and nasty. Um, I mean, for example, the badger. Um, the badger, if you're not going to make a pet out of a badger, okay? You're just not. A badger is a badger. You know, you're not going to turn it into a pet and walk it down the street. It's a badger. So there are entities in the universe that are badgers, plain and simple. They're badgers. And they do this thing. They look nasty to some folks. They might even appear to be reptilian, but they're not. But they have, their intent is to kill. Period. That's why they're here, and they're here to kill the good guys. Okay, and we literally have to accept that as part of our reality. But because people don't understand, there is this larger war going on in the universe. You must accept there are other things going on, but everything's not a demon. Yes, they're wicked, mean, and bad. Now, not everything is a this. Not everything's not everything. Some trains of thought with people that I've listened to for years will not get off the reptilian train. Everything's still a reptilian. You know, if it's a bad guy, it's a reptile. If it's I'm just saying, that's my 2 cents on that. if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. That's a good one, David Castle. Ernest P. Worrell. Oh, elderberry. You know, I loved Ernest, and what he did. And there was this one that he did where, he was like had the hand over his head like this. Um, I'm not saying I'm not blaming this on you, Isby. I'm saying there are people out there, okay, and be aware of that. Um, I was in that train of thought too for a long time. Okay, the reptilians, but when I opened up to the universe and I started taking pictures of orbs and beings and things that showed up in the smoke from a fire that shouldn't have been there. I mean, just some really odd entities that I have seen, witnessed, and but my first reaction to some of these things was that it was bad. And then I realized that no, because I wasn't used to seeing this being, my first response was like, you know, in a horror show, you go, ah, so, but anyway, um, a tiger eating a baby isn't evil. It's just being a tiger, liberating the child from its karmic lodestone. Wish you could see that? Maybe. Stay alert later. If you look in the Alien Races book, I was able to find a copy on eBay. One race is mentioned, looks like a lizard, but are completely different. Other than that, there's a random fact that they have 8 genders. Right, Jody. You've got a copy of the Alien Races book? Man, is it on PDF or something you could email? I want that. I used to have it. Um, yeah, the cloud beings are cool. Well, there are cloud beings, and there are some of these nasty, shape shifting, want to kill you, maybe not eat you, but they damn sure want to kill you. That will hide their spaceship in a cloud and then also show their face in that same cloud or one next to it. And those aren't cloud entities. Those are evil, wicked, mean, and bad and nasty alien forces that are hiding in a cloud and showing you their face because they are proud of who they are. They're proud to be SS Nazis, okay? Uh, in that what would we relate, to these beings as, evil people on this earth? Hermann Goering or something, Hitler. You seen them before? Ernest came to mind when you mentioned badgers. Oh, I got you, Elderberry. Anyway, now there are some really cool cloud beings. I want to say that, but there are so many entities. I say entities. Let me. What, Duggar? Somebody's outside. Just wait. Oh, calm down. You've been outside. In that there's too many clouds that are hiding spaceships. They really are. And some of them are the good guys, but a lot of them aren't. They're the Mater and they're the Vlash. And some of these other beings that were brought here by the Mater, they genetically engineered these guys to do nothing but be assassins. And so, with that said, we have to understand, there are many folks that just go, well, the aliens. No, there's so many different types. The Russians have known about them forever. Dante has shown them on his channel for the last 11, 12 years. And then some of these other folks will bring them. And here's one of the interesting things. I'm a sci-fi nut, right? So, but in looking through the sci-fi movies, you will see traces because they will show you reality. And some of these things that they show in these movies are actually reproductions of what some of these aliens really look like. So they're showing us what they already know exists. Now, it like Alien versus Predator or something. There's an alien guy that's looking, and he looks like a bug or something, and he's hunting down another alien, right? So as a bounty hunter kind of thing. So just because they, look like an insect or something, don't mean that they're bad. Because from what I understand, the curs, Kurs, are insect-like beings. Now, if anyone has ever followed Simon Parks, he has talked about that his mother, through MI5 and MI6, his connection through some of the secret space stuff for years, had an entity that was manted. Okay. So I can't say that the being that Simon Parks you know, has talked about in for many years, not so much now because he's already talked about it, but in that, so and Dante has talked about when he was of age and they showed themselves to him that they were insect-like beings. So are they the mantid? Are the curs what the same species of alien that Simon Parks has talked about for so many years? And somebody say, well, insects, oh my God, it's the hive mind. It's the first thing you do. But if you understand what the curs have done, they have been battling to save this planet for a millennia. So we say, oh, but they're insect beings. They must be bad. But if you really knew and understood, and they're also shapeshifters of a sort, okay? They will show you themselves as a human being. But if they show their true selves, they're going to be 7 foot tall and an insect, okay? So, but does that mean that they're evil? Does that mean that, their intentions are bad for the planet Earth? Not if you understand these other things. So, just because something looks like a reptile does not mean it's bad. Here's my example. I'm down on the river all the time, but not so much recently, but, over the years. And I've seen people hold up this snake. I killed a water moccasin. And I go, that's not a water moccasin. It's long and skinny. That's just wrong. So, but people are so afraid of snakes and being on the river that any snake they see must be a water moccasin because it's a snake and it's on the river. And there are 2 or 3 different kinds of brown banded water snakes that live here in Georgia. And so, but every time you see a snake, doesn't mean it's a water moccasin, period. That's all there is to it. If you've ever seen a water moccasin, you know immediately that that other one ain't a moccasin, But for people who don't know, every snake they see is bad. Okay. That's just not true. So again, with this same idea of the of the alien handbook and so forth, and Jody would literally just type in, and it's a PDF that you can find online. Just type in Russian secret book of alien races and you'll find it. Plus, I was only able to find it by chance on eBay. Wow. But again, Jody, is it a PDF? I don't want to have to buy it. I'm cheap, okay? I'm old and on limited income. But anyway, yeah, careful about Simon Parks. I understand. But my point is that those folks who have discussed things, for I listened to Simon Parks and I just said, yeah, okay. But then when the Alien Handbook come out, and then when Dante come out and talked about the curs, and I went, oh, wait a minute. So there could actually be a link that Simon Parks, that was my own link, okay? And it was because of uh, being a subscriber to Dante's channel for so long that I was like, so there are insect-like beings out there, and they are trying to help out mankind. So whether Simon Parks is right or wrong, the fact that his description of these beings pretty much, a lot of it matches, especially the behavior and so forth, to the Kerrs. Just saying, you know. So, but for me, I take everything with a grain of salt. But a lot of this is things that I have observed on my own, or when you hear it from so many different sources that aren't related to each other, and you go, fear is ignorance, love is knowing. Yep. Russian Secret Book of by Dante Santori is what I type. One I only got paperback copy is one day the internet might not exist and I might want to look back at this book again. Very good point. The book is still available on eBay if anybody wants me to send them the picture of it so they'll know what to look for. Yeah, send me that one. Thank you, Jody. I'll check it out because I used to have it. I used to have the PDF. Um, I don't know if they're real, but they probably are. I just keep focusing on my inner winning. Sophia, there's nothing wrong with that. But, there are some times, and we should be aware of this, that there are entities from different dimensions. And when we allow the universe to come to us, veils get lifted. You have the opportunity to see little people. Like this afternoon, last night I pulled the card about dragonfly, and dragonfly showed up in my yard this afternoon, playing when me and Duggar were walking up the hill. And so they're little thing, and they don't normally do that. Is the interesting part. And so after doing the pulling the card last night and then seeing them, you go, well, there, to me, there is this spiritual connection with the universe. So, but anyway, it isn't about that, we should be worried about these other things, but the more that I have learned about other things in the universe, well, maybe what I'm seeing outside my window is maybe one of these shapeshifters because I've been talking about certain things, and maybe I'm on their list. But now I know there are some shadow beings that live in my woods, but they aren't necessarily, quote, alien races. You know what I mean? They're alien to me, but they're still spirits. The alien entity that I met when I was in Ohio at the petroglyph site there, um, told me how to set my camera, and I took pictures of all these beautiful, you know, um, sapphire blue type beings, and had, for hour or so interacted with these beings, taking their pictures and all that kind of stuff, and just knowing that they were around me and having taken their picture. So knowing that they were around me, I accepted that they were around me. I accepted they weren't going there to harm me. And so I just, they just floated around me, and the energy was, unimaginable. And so uh, I felt things around me, but until they said, "Here, take my picture," I was like, "Oh, holy crap, they really are there. And they're all around me. Oh my God. And they're all the same color." And I've taken pictures of orbs before, so that wasn't the new part. But it was the first time I'd ever taken pictures of just, they were all of that sapphire blue color. I'll, um, that's not really the color, but it's a close shade to what they were. Some were more clear, some of them were more dense, but they were this sapphire blue. Anyway, so but knowing that these are elementals that live here and exist here and interact with us when they want to, versus an alien that's been sent here to kill my ass. That's sort of nice to know. You know what I mean? It's nice to know the difference. Well, there's beings around me. Yeah, but are they going to try to eat me, or are they, going to help me out here? Anyway, so understanding, and it's like the more you understand, that easier it is to let some things go. Like well, how come this happened? It might have honestly been alien intervention. Let's call it what it is. Yeah, but there's evidence that it was alien intervention. Let's be honest about this, and not necessarily good alien intervention, or you know, but because everything wants to be put into devil, demon, Satan, hell, when that might be true, but not nearly as true as ancient aliens who've been mucking with this planet for a long time. Just saying. Oh, but Satan, yeah, okay. But what about some of these, nasty aliens that have, seriously, But anyway, some of the chimera, and some people pronounce it chimera. It's CH, but it's pronounced chimera by those. In that the chimera were experiments a long time ago. The head of a snake and a body of a jackass, and whatever. And there is a lot of speculation that the early Neanderthal and that those were experiments. You know, Caveman was an experiment. And where is the missing link? There ain't one. The old guys, the sure enough cavemen with the big heads and everything, and they weren't necessarily stupid, by the way. They survived for a long time on their wits and wiles, and killing dinosaurs, I might add. And then the other guy, Homo sapiens, showed up, and where's the missing link? It must be the apes, right? If you still believe that we came from an ape, then have at it. But that ain't what happened. That's just plain. We're not going to find it in the human record on this planet, because there were other folks who've been messing with us for a long time. So when inner winning always best, but I love ancient knowledge so much. Got to check it out. Yeah, now I'm not criticizing anybody in this, because there is so much of this knowledge, and I put some of this knowledge to the universe, and like, okay guys, you showed me this and this and that and that, and all of this to me is true. The little water wisp that guided me home that night down on the Ochlockonee River, down in the deep swamp down there on the Florida border. You can't take that away from me, and I've shared that so many times. But if you could hear the song, and if you could see how they danced and swayed and played, oh my God. So, but if you don't believe in that, or you don't believe that it can exist, then it was just a fluke of your imagination. But when you allow yourself to believe that these things do exist, it expands your spirit. It just does. Because then other entities will say, it's like a dog that will come up where nobody else can pet the dog, and you can go over and pet the dog, or something like that. It's that critters, entities know your essence. They can see your aura, and they can tell whether or not you are accepting of things or not. They can tell. And if, for myself, and I've talked about this many times, it is important that you have your inner light, as Mary says. You have to have your inner strength. You've heard me talk about it many times, about that core value of who each of us individually. We are very similar, yes, but we are also individually unique. We are brothers and sisters, but we're also unique. Even in twins, there's a little bit of difference, uh, if it's only in their thinking. But to the bigger point of the universe, though, is when we allow ourselves that it could exist, not that it does, or not that you have to believe me or anybody else or anybody else's channel or the history thing, but that there are records that giants existed. There are records that, them oblong shaped head beings, those were, that wasn't from tying their heads in bundles. Okay. They tied their heads in bundles to mimic those creatures, those entities. So there's too much evidence of, Machu Picchu, for example, way up in the Andes. And if you've ever looked, it's not just a site, it's how they constructed it, how the water drains off of it, all of this stuff that's under the ground that you don't see at Machu Picchu. It's like, and humans figured this out. Humans drug all those rocks up there. Humans put those megaliths in there. Just saying. They had to have help of some kind. Cavemen didn't just dream this stuff up, okay? Not without some help. Now, and they wouldn't have seen the necessity to build these structures too, these megalithic sites. So the megalithic sites should tell us there's more to what's in this universe than what our limited amounts of capacity are to understand them. So when people talk about, full disclosure of UFOs, I used to be all for that, and now I'm not. Because people are going to have trouble believing in one or two aliens, let alone an alien handbook, right? Even though it's been out there for a long time. And so that, for example, in the Book of Aliens, there is a blue being called the Lance, the starts with an L, Lang, okay? And on one of it was on Farscape. One of the beings was a woman who was entirely blue, who looks just like, guess who? The Lang. Interesting. Okay. So when you see things for what they are, and that they're actually, in the first and second Men in Black movies, there were supposedly real alien races in that movie. Okay. That there were real aliens in there. Because it's sort of a soft disclosure, and that, oh, well, they couldn't exist and blah, 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 blah. Well, there are stories about the people out at Las Vegas that some of these aliens love to go to Las Vegas. They love playing games, right? I mean, it's sort of like Quark on Deep Space Nine. They've all brought their Latinum to play, whatever the game is. And that some of these aliens are like, 7 foot tall kind of thing and really pale, and, and they show up, every couple of months or something. And because Area 51 is not too far from there, and, the Nevada test site and all that, it's Nevada, for God's sakes. And there's been reports by folks who, around Las Vegas, where there are underground tunnels and trains that bring these entities in, these, alien entities, to come and hang out in Las Vegas, because Las Vegas is so crazy, nobody's going to pay attention. They can interact with human beings and not get noticed. Okay. But anyway, I find it interesting that these stories have been around for a long time by pilots and people who've worked at, in military bases. And I mean, not just, common Joe Schmoes, but, folks that have been in the military, and sort of privy to some of this stuff, They have their non-disclosure agreement kind of thing. But here's the thing, though. When we accept that, oh my God, maybe they really have been showing up. Maybe we really have been. Maybe, the Eisenhower thing, and maybe the Greys, and maybe the this, now, can we believe all the stories about it? I'm not saying we should believe the stories about them, but we should believe that these entities do exist. There you go. So anyway, I've rapped on about enough of that. How about Obama's mama looks exactly like Paul McCartney in drag? Yeah, and what about the fact that Obama looked like that one of those kings? In fact, one of the movies I was watching earlier was about something, and it was a Hotep or something like that. Looks just like Obama. Really weird. By Mr. Lamb and Aleister Crowley. Pearl, I got to ask you, do you find it a little strange that it's Aleister Crowley? I mean, because he was known for his, craziness and, decadence, let's say. So, how do you feel about that? Got to talk. Aleister Crowley. Yeah, there's a lot of craziness in the Bush family and other families, Uh, just saying. And there's a lot of, quiet information about that, about Ronald Reagan, and he was the one that brought up in the UN Council, all them, that what if we, and he pointed to the what if we had another threat, and that the planet would have to get together, you know. So there were back in the days. I wasn't too much of a Ronald Reagan fan during that time. They always called him Ronnie Reagan Zap. But anyway, in finding out more about him after the fact, and yeah, they tried to shoot. They did shoot him. They tried to kill him too, like they did Kennedy, because there were things that Ronald Reagan was trying to bring back to the United States, kind of sort of like what JFK was trying to do, and the bankers had him murdered. And they tried to, kill Ronnie. So, but there was also back in the day that there was an astrologer or the spiritualist that hung out with the Reagans, and that Miss Reagan was always consulting the stars, if you will. And I got to ask this question and go, what stars were they actually connecting with? Because there's evidence that Ronald Reagan was part of a group of 72 of the Choristas, and that he was working for the angels. Okay. And so, in that, his wife was always communicating with the spirits. Was she actually having conversations with angel beings, the Choristas, and the cause? So that now, wait a minute. So everybody joked about it and stuff, but there's evidence that Ronnie was working for them, because he brought it up to the world. What if there was another threat? And he was specifically discussing some of these um, mean and nasty, bad aliens, the Mater and the Flash, both. So we have to consider that, well, maybe, we don't know. But here's the thing. I've had to reconsider a lot about my point of view about Ronnie Reagan. And, and going back through and go, wait, well, that was odd that he did that. Well, it was, and he, hmm, and he knew what Bush was up to, okay? Because Bush was in the CIA before he became the vice president. And technically, if you look at it, you ain't supposed to do that. Just saying. As far as what, you know, anyway. And then, Bush became the president after Ronnie. And they literally wanted to take over the presidency when Ronnie got shot. And there were other powers that be that said, no, 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 the CIA is not taking over this. And it was George Bush Sr. And I remember watching him on television when he said, and the new world order will not be the law of the land, but the letter of the law. And guess what? It ain't the law of the land anymore. It is the letter of the law. Whatever they write, they have controlled the letter of the, boy, have we come full circle in that respect, right? So the new world order is damn sure got a hold on what's going on. And even the Pope is involved with this. So we better start praying to somebody to come down here and intervene on our behalf. But it is what it is. So, but Mary, to the simple point, we have to keep whatever all this other stuff is that's going on. Okay. Can we control any of it? Not really. But when we send out good intentions, there are those entities who are listening. They are paying attention to us. They hear our cries of woe. And there are some people who say, well, if they have all this alien power, why can't they just jump in here? Because if they started blasting on Earth, if they brought the fight to the Earth, seriously, like the Vimanas back in the day of, the blue being, another blue being, Krishna, right? Yep. Barbara's father was the head of security for the Twin Towers. He was a banker for Nazi and Hitler. Yep. Barbara's daddy. Yep. Absolutely. Really nasty folks. Really bad, nasty. Bad, bad, nasty. So, and old Georgie Poo is in, sits and paints pictures now. And apparently, can barely tie his shoes. And if it wasn't for Laura Bush, she's his handler, so yeah, right, Mary. They see our bright lights too. Absolutely. So we have, regardless of what's going on, and I call out some of these things because over the last 25 years, I've done a lot of delving and about the Vatican and things that I've known about this since 1970 and back in them days. So a lot of this stuff is not new to me, but it is new to everybody else. And the coercion and the nastiness and all that kind of stuff, I've said for a long time, when a priest was reportedly, being nasty to the children, that they didn't get rid of him. They didn't, debunk him, put him out. No, they moved him to a different parish quietly. Didn't say, hey, we're moving this priest from parish over here to this parish because he diddled a bunch of boys over here. We ain't going to tell you what he did, but you've got a new priest in your parish now. And then you find out, and this priest has been moved and moved and moved and moved and moved and moved and moved. Why? Because he was diddling with the boys, mostly. So did he do anything about that? No, they just kept moving them. The current pope, the fake pope, was up for charges in Argentina for helping to run, get this, as a cardinal, whatever. I don't think he was a cardinal, but he was a bishop or an archbishop down in, which is strange because he's um, um, he's a Nazi, basically. But so they went down to Argentina and brought him into Rome, which took him out of the jurisdiction. And they were um, basically they were going to charge him for being a part of child prostitution, child slavery, and that kind of thing. And then they turned around and made him the head of the quote Catholic Church. They moved him, yeah, and sneaky those entities, energy. But we're strong, but when I know that there are entities out there, then I can be prepared. And by knowing that they just exist, I may never meet one, but I have the power of myself that if I do meet one, I'll say, "Ooh, that's who you are." Okay. And my spirit is strong. And regardless of what they do to us on this planet and how we may die or be tortured in the meantime, and this idea that my topic for discussion tonight, this morning, is the loneliness and the despair that they are implanting in people now. There are entities who are feeding off of that. They love this kind of stuff, and we can't be food for them. So if we know that there are folks out there that want us to be in despair, that puts that they're shaking. That I kind of buck up and go, you want me to be afraid? Then screw you. No, I'm not going to be afraid. You want me to be afraid? Nope, sorry. So that just makes me want to be braver or stronger, or you know what I mean. So but awareness and having the understanding that hmm this is the universe we live in, not just on this planet, but yeah, be prepared. Boy Scout motto. Absolutely. Our weapons are us. Our weapons are that cosmic connection to the universe, that we will not lose our faith. And my faith is that I know that the universe is out there. I know that there are good things in the universe. And whether you kill me now or later doesn't matter, or what I go through, because when I make my transition, I want to have my soul as clean as possible. I want to have walked that red road the best way that I know how, by teaching, by understanding, by helping, by being compassionate, by, all those things, and by observing the law of one, to not harm anything. Now, if they're trying to harm me, that kind of sort of breaks that deal. And, I think self-defense is okay. Um, Such a small group with tricks. Yep. Stand in our power. Absolutely. See, you're getting it. That's the whole point of this. We are the light. Yeah, I'm not moving. I mean, if they take my life, but I'm standing for what I think is right, then I will have passed on with a clear conscience. I will have walked the red road, as the natives say, to the best of my ability. Do I want to get tortured by aliens and whatever? No. But I've been tortured by human beings and by our political system and by jailers and by so being tortured by aliens doesn't seem like it would bother me much at this stage. But I'm not inviting that. Y'all understand it. That's not my point. But I'm going to be strong no matter what. I'm going to keep my faith. And whether it's mankind, humankind, or alien kind, if the entities are good beings and they're working on my side, then we're buddies. The the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now, but there are those entities that are enemies of the other guys, like the Flash and Mater don't really get along. They're warring with each other. I mean, it's sort of like the Republicans and the Democrats. There's Mater influence over here, and over on this side is the Flash. So the two bad guys are at each other's throats. It's like two mob bosses. Okay, it's like two families of the mob, and some of these folks are hybrids from one or the other of these that are mobsters. But I digress in that. But in the fact that, though, Uh, Sometimes the war we see is not the good guys against the bad guys. It's the bad guys fighting each other. And we're caught in the flipping middle. Now, if you understand that, you can go, well, then I'm not going to be involved. I'm going to keep an eye on both of these crazies, right? Yep, love wins. And it might not, Mary, I did a video the other day about love and does it conquer all? For each and individual one of us, the answer is yes. Love always wins. But love doesn't necessarily stop, these crazy people from shooting at one another. But it doesn't matter so much that everything we throw love at changes, because love can't fix stupidity. Okay. And if two races are been at it for 1,000 years, it's like the Hatfields and McCoys. These folks, they both went to church. They both believe in God, but they thought that they were shooting at each other for a long time. It was just in their nature. Was either one of them right or wrong? No, they were both wrong. Okay. Or they were both right. Who cares? But the fact that there was so much animosity, revenge, whatever it is that get inside of people, they love folks on, the Hatfields love their folks, and the McCoys love, but the two families, forget about it, right? So, but love does win for us individually, because in the end we have to be that selfish. Because if I can give the love to this person, that person, but they don't accept it, and I waste my own energy to where my light isn't shining as bright, then I've wasted myself, in trying to help this person. And oh my God, has that happened? And your light will, get extinguished because there is so much of an outpouring. But if we don't retain some of that and everything gets shut out there, not that I'm not sharing love and positive thoughts right now, but there are folks who will drain you of that love and continue to seek it and continue to leech off of you. And you try to be compassionate, but they're sucking it right out of your ass. And so you can still go to your grave knowing that you did the best that you could, but do you actually have the strength that you could have had we said, enough's enough with this person? They're a leech. They're literally a leech. They're a tick. Okay. And the only thing they know how to do is to suck whatever it is they need from you, whether it be attention, love. So we have to be compassionate and go, but we have to be self-sustaining and tell ourselves, listen, enough's enough. Because what's important is how I make my crossing, how I make the transition, or ascend, as some people want to call it. But we must keep enough within ourselves and keep that core solid within ourselves, because we get caught in the trap. So, but anyway, so well, I'm thinking I'm personally here to reestablish that red road, God willing. Um, I I give encouragement to people all the time. If you're looking for the red road, then you're on it. Okay. If you're seeking to follow the red road, you're probably on it. It might not look red to you, but if you're seeking it, looking for it, wanting to be on the red road, that's your intent, then your feet are already walking on that path. Your moccasins are well tread, and so, and there was a story about the magic of moccasins. And because the moccasins were made from animal hides and so forth, The moccasins knew where to go. So if you trusted the energy of the animal that provided you the moccasins, then the moccasins were living in a way, okay? And so that you were using the energy of the animal by honoring it, and you use it to walk, but so you walk the walk of the animal with your moccasins. So in that, you're also on the red road, you know, and how your moccasins will will lead you, you know. So anyway, so 3.5 hours, Michelle. How am I doing? No, I can't go for another 30 minutes. I got to go pee. I'm out of liquids. I haven't had enough food for today. Red treads, yeah. But anyway, so there are stories of native folks who always talk about, how sacred moccasins are. And that there are times like in the early spring when and I've mentioned this before, but where they understood how the new grass in the spring, that to honor Mother Earth, they would take their moccasins off so they wouldn't damage the grass, which is a little ironic in that if you still walk on it, you could still. But anyway, it was the idea that they would put their feet on the ground and not their moccasins, and sort of a rejuvenation through the feet, which is interesting because there's a lot about podiatry and soaking your feet and things like that. So, uh, one could say that natives didn't know what they were talking about, but in a lot of ways, in sort of esoteric ways, they knew exactly what they were talking about. The feet lead us in the ways that we go, or the moccasins and the energies from animals and so forth. And we've lost touch with all of those natural things. They didn't have an inch worth of rubber to disconnect you from source. Yeah, I've heard we choose our names, so I overthink a lot. It's happening now with my out of town company. Hopefully, she'll wake up on a better side tomorrow. There you go. Humbly. Yeah, no matter what we do, we must be humble. And, after last night's card pulling and everything and the messages, man, it was a different kind of energy day today, you know? And so I thought I would share some of that with you. But in this, just thank you, Michelle. I was just fixing to say, keep the faith and believe, 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 and believe, if nothing but yourself. Because in the end, when the transition comes and we make the crossover, that's the only one that's going to matter. When we cross over, whatever we leave behind us is done with. We leave a legacy, we leave stories, or we leave a bad taste in people's mouth. But the idea, though, that we can't save everybody. As much as Jesus wanted to save, the two guys on the cross, only one of them accepted. Um, and like, what, you're hanging from the cross, buddy. Why not take a chance, right? Anyway, what do you what do you got to lose at this point? But for those of us spiritually, nobody can get us there. They can help. We help each other. But I can't make you get to heaven. I can't do it for you, as you can't do it for me. We can share and we can help each other to get there. But in the end, it's still that individual trip. So it's not wrong to give out our love, but it is wrong to overextend our energy through the thought of love. Well, I'm giving love to the whole world. Yeah, but nobody's listening. So I'm just going to send love to the universe and let and so anybody that's a little bit tuned into the universe is going to receive my prayer. That's it. you know I send it out to all of you every day. I used to send this prayer out to the world, And I thought, that's just a little bit, that's overextending myself. But if my intent is that I hope the world hears my prayer of peace, I give it to the universe. Okay. All right. My prayers to the universe that the people on earth will hear peace, you know, versus trying to have everybody on earth hear my prayer of peace. I know it's sort of a weird, you know, um, but if people are willing to hear a prayer of peace, then maybe they'll hear mine, or mine mixed with other people's prayers in the universe for peace on the earth, you know, versus me trying to say a prayer by myself and it affect the earth. You see what I'm saying? So it's more effective to send that prayer in with other collective prayers to the universe. And that in that collective, like us right now, right, Mary, I have to save me. Yep. Don't let the distractions take you off your yellow brick road. Red road. I'm not talking about, I'm just talking smack. I'm on the road. Being on that road is an honor. Touch the earth. Yep. There's a lot of, I understand what you mean, David Castle, about the yellow brick road, but there are a lot of negative connotations to the yellow brick road. But I get where you mean. Um, but those people who are on the yellow brick road are looking for the yellow. And those folks on the red road know that it is spiritual, where the yellow brick road is gold. It's the golden highway. That's your ticket to the pearly gates. But I ain't going to no. I am not going to a gated community. No, that's just another prison. But anyway, I think I get what you mean, David. Um, and I know there are times it seems like I'm picking on folks, but I'm picking on the words that we use, not on you. Okay. And because, you know, uh, if you follow the yellow brick road, then you're going to go visit the wizard. I don't want to visit the wizard. He's a cheapskate and he's fake, and he's the man behind the curtain. So I know I'm being an asshole, ain't I? I don't mean to be. But in that, the red road though describes, if you understand it just a tiny little bit, it can't be mistaken for anything else, you know. Whereas conversely, the idea of the yellow brick road and what it leads to because of the story, you're going to see the wizard. That's where it's leading to, the Emerald City. So, but if you're on the red road, you're on the path with Mother Earth. You're on that road to spiritualism. There is no other. You can't think of it any other way. Well, but the red road is what? What? That I'm being an asshole, Michelle? Yeah, kind of, sort of, in a tiny little bit, but it has to do with not David's remark, but other people's. You follow that yellow brick road, and this is how you get there, and it's like, do you understand what the yellow? It means gold. It means fortune. You're seeking your fortune. You're seeking, and it ain't got shit to do with spirituality. So it's okay to follow the yellow brick road if that's what you want. More power to you. But my discussion about the yellow brick versus the red road, you cannot mistake what the red road is. Where you can go all off on different ways about the yellow brick road, the red road is the red road. There ain't no other. I've heard people talk about different things, but when they talk about the red road, they always are talking about the spiritual path. It always has to do with Mother Earth or spirituality or something, always. So anyway, I'm not criticizing, but it's just that, our words and our thoughts are very, very powerful. And there are people out there that will use a certain phrase. I have to keep, I'm seriously, challenging my right to use the word shaman in training kind of thing because of the connotations that other people have about the word shaman, as our guest troll last night was pointing out. And so, you may see now that in the title that it's the spiritual journey versus shaman in training. I may not put that in print anymore because of the connotations. And we have to adapt. So even I am adapting because I don't want to give anybody a false impression. You know, here's what we're talking about, it's spirituality. But Dorothy was looking for faith in herself, her courage and heart and her intelligence. She was searching for things she already had, but had to gain faith in herself. When she believed 3 clicks. I got it. I'm not just, I understand. I understand. But my point is that it's not about the yellow brick road because there you can interpret that in many ways. That's my point. The red road, there is no interpretation. I'm a hermit studying nature. Me too, Elderberry. And so it's not about all the things about Dorothy. I'm with you, David, with that 100%. Facing her fears and the courage of the lion, and if I only had a brain, I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain. Da 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 ba da da dum, ba da 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 dum. If I only had a brain. Yeah, goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. But wasn't that interesting, that Elton John sang that? I saw him in concert. He did a tap dance on a baby grand piano in Tampa. It was great. Way back in the early 70s, before we was all glitzy and everything. And then he got off and ran through the audience, and it was great. But goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Bum, bum, ba, da, 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 dum. Because once you see the man behind the curtain, the only, yeah. Oh, and the ruby slippers. Yes, absolutely. And interesting that, the thing that killed the witch was water, which in and of itself has its own magical properties if you want to go there. So there are so many things about that. But my only point about the road is that when we talk about the red road, there is no mistake about our intent. That's all. Yeah, the never ending story. Yeah. The luck dragon. Yeah. And there are different stories about flying furry things too, by the way. And some of the Chinese stories. Anyway, and there's no place like home. And she had never left. So there's a lot of other things about that. But um, I still, the movie's got a lot of those different kind of things. I always loved, The Wizard of Oz, by the way. So, um, but the idea between the red road and the yellow brick road, sticking with it. It's about the color of the road. We are walking each other home to the heart. Yeah. And you were there, and you were there. And then the guy that pops his head open through the window, and you were there too, you know? So she took those people and took them with her on her journey because you were there and you were there and you were there in different ways. So she never left home. She took home with her in the heart. She grounded and connected with source. And there is a ruby mine in Tennessee. On this is the actual name of the mountain. It's called Chunky Gal, And I have ore from there that have small specks of the red ruby. It's called corundum. Okay. And so I was told years ago, I've been there many times. We've mined it, and there have been some very large rubies that have come from the top of that mountain. All right. We've panned gold and sapphires and stuff, and all different kinds of, uh, oh man, what's that red one I can't think of right now? Anyway, at sort of at the bottom of this hill, there's this beautiful stream. I've camped there many times. And then my brother and I were there, and we used to go there and camp all the time. And it's just outside of Franklin. Um, then it's still in North Carolina. It's not in Tennessee. It's just this side of Tennessee. Anyway, Chunky Gal. That's right. It's still in North Carolina because Franklin. Now I'm confused. Anyway, it's up there outside of Franklin. That part is true. It was Franklin, Tennessee. Okay, I'm confused. But anyway, um, the ruby that's in this green matrix is just amazing, you know. And you can break up a great big rock and you won't see anything, and you'll pick up this little piece of slag, and it'll be peppered with all these little pieces of ruby in them. They're not really worth anything; they're so small. But that's not the point. It's that having them, like somebody said, well, do I have a ruby ring? No, but I've got chunks of ruby ore, corundum in its matrix. And to me, that's more amazing in and of itself. And the interesting thing is like, well, why do you have it? Well, I just wanted to have some. And now here's an interesting thing about it's the possessing of it for some reason. No, I've always been interested in rocks and things and stuff. So I took it as a sample, but at the same time, I wanted it. Just saying. Anyway, um, I don't necessarily want things the way I did, but I would love to go back up to Chunky Gal and pan for gold. And there's sapphires up in them hills. Oh, what I was going to say is we were camped across our favorite campsite, and some guys pulled up in this great big humongous four-wheel truck thing that like you would see on monster trucks, right? And they're going through in and out of the creek, and we're standing there, watching, and we were panning, and the guys stopped, and we were like, rednecks, how do we deal with this? And so my brother was talking to him because I was still in the creek panning, and I was listening to the conversation, and my brother says, what? And the other guy says, yeah, it's right up there. And he's pointing. And as I'm getting out of the creek to go, say hi to these guys, I look up the side of this hill, and I was curious because there was a lot of slag looking stuff, that was seemed to pour down this one section of the mountain right there. So they get in their truck and leave. And I go, and my brother, he's like hauling ass over, and he goes, Dave, there's a ruby mine up there. And I said, what? He goes, no, they said there's a mine up there on the side of the hill. And I was like, well, then that's the reason I saw this slag coming down the side. So sure enough, I changed shoes and went up the side of the hill. And in the side of this mountain, hidden by trees and shrubs and stuff, is a mine. I mean, dug out timbers, a mine in the side of this mountain. And if you had these guys not said anything. Now, I was heading up that side of the hill because knowing what I know about geology and stuff, all these pieces of rock in this one area was unnatural to everything around it. And I was curious as to what caused this thing. It was because the further up the mountain you got to where the cave entrance is, mine entrance. It's not a cave. It's a mine. They dug it. And in talking with some of the locals, they were like, yeah, they dug that thing back in the 30s and the 40s, just before, because people were looking for as much as they could get. And there were some locals that dug a mine in there. Don't know if they ever found anything, but it's an abandoned mine. It's in a national forest. So I went back in there a ways, but let me tell you, I have been in caverns all over the place. but I would not go all the way back in that mine, not by myself. I, I was like, I don't trust this, even though it still hasn't probably collapsed or anything. The timbers were odd, and I was just like, I'm coming back out. But in terms of the Emerald City, does that by chance have any reference, or the lady who created the Emerald Tablets and Luther's favorite, or even the Wicked Witch herself is green? That I don't know, Jody. Um, there are lots of other subjective things. What did Frank Baum have? And um, and it's interesting that, but anyway, but to the point though, all the slag that I found was where they had dug out the mine and busted the rocks and throw these chips down the side of the hill. And so what I had seen was this waterfall of chips where they had mined it in there. So there's a lot of other things about green too. I think the heart chakra thing is stretching it a bit. Uh, in that I don't know if those folks knew about such things. Um, it could represent that in an unconscious way. I don't know if Frank Baum, I think the green had more to do with greenback. Gold is for gold, leading to the Emerald City. Emeralds being very, very, very valuable in and of themselves. The emerald, supposedly different types of emeralds have different types of properties, magical properties or not. But to me, it was the greenback. It was all about the dollar. And so, and the gold leading to the greenback. But again, that's my personal opinion. I don't, David. I think you give him too much credit of thinking that it was a heart chakra. I think you give him too much credit. That's my personal. Don so he may be about one of Lucifer's children, known as L7, Econon, which is the market's world for emerald, because her eyes were gain light and emerald, and she created the emerald tablets. Uh, yep, there's no place like home. Uh, I'm right, Jody. Um, all things are symbolic. How the uni one verse song poem works, for what I can tell. Yep. So, and that's part of the thing. It's in our lessons what it means to you and what it represents to you. And don't give them too much credit. I think some of the things, and here's another thing: I have created stories on my own, written quite a few puppet stories and things over the day, and I have come up with things. And I talked about it one time where this lady said, she thought I was mimicking. It was a white puppet, by the way, or it was or it was an animal or a critter. And she said, "You're mimicking a black man. You're putting down the black man." And there was a black lady there. She goes, "I didn't think so," but but her interpretation of what I was doing, and I was like, I wasn't thinking that at all. Well, why did you make this magic mountain thingy, and why did you do? Because it's a story about a leprechaun, for God's sake. I made it up, and so people tried to put their thoughts into my story, and I was like, that ain't what I was thinking at all. Well, it represents that, don't it? No, it's a cardboard mountain. And Larry the Leprechaun, one of my puppets from a long time ago, he has to go to the Misty Mountain to learn this secret. Okay. It's a magic spell. But I had to change it because if I said magic spell, half the audience would leave. So he had to go learn this secret word. And the secret word was so that he could become invisible only on St. Patty's Day. And he would go around and pinch anyone who wasn't wearing green. And that was it. And people wrote to me. They said, my way of thinking was all about this, and the green and the leprechaun represented that. And I was like, every single one of you crazy folks are wrong. It's a story about a little leprechaun puppet that goes to this imaginary mountain called the Misty Mountain and learns a secret word so he can become invisible. His sole purpose is to pinch people on St. Patty's Day. It means nothing else. Quit reading shit into it. And, oh, but it must, no, 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 no. But it means no. Well, that puppet, no, it's a puppet made out of an old pillowcase. No, it doesn't mean this. No, it doesn't represent gays and no, no. So I've written stories, and people try to tell me why I made the story, what my motive was behind it, and I just had to say no. I don't know if I'm right or not, David Castle. I swear. It's just it's our opinions. Seriously. But I was just remarking. Let's not give him too much credit. Frank Baum. But to the point though, having written my own stories and have created these things, um, people wanted to see all these other kinds of things in this story, and all it really was a simple kid story to entertain the kids, and adults liked it too, but trying to read something else into it, it's just a simple story about a leprechaun, for God's sakes. But do you believe in leprechauns? Well, I don't know. Well, then why are you trying to put more of this? If you don't believe in leprechauns, then you see this is just a fantasy tale that my imagination came up with because I had certain puppets, I had certain things, and I could pull it off. That's the answer. There is no other answer. But I would just finally I got to the point where I refused to even try to explain myself to people because they were convinced that I had created this story for some other purpose, and it's like, nope. Sorry, you missed it. It's just a simple story. That's all. And and why Munchkins? Oh, and by the way, I played a Munchkin when we did The Wizard of Oz when I was in school at grade school, 8th grade or 9th grade. Can't remember. But anyway, we did The Wizard of Oz in McKay Auditorium there at Tampa University in Tampa, and filled the house. Had to dress up like a Munchkin. Yep. So ding dong, the witch is dead, witch, old witch, the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Hi ho, the merry-o, sing it high, sing it low. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. She's gone where the goblins go, below, 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 yo ho. Let's open up and sing and ring the bells out. Ding dong, the witch is dead, witch, old witch, the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Okay, I'll probably get sidelined for this. But anyway, it's a good, intelligent conversation. There are good points on both sides. Maybe his subconscious made those colors to send him a message. Who knows? You know, I mean, honestly, who knows? Um, but here's one of the things that has always bugged me. And going to English lit, okay. Now, I've read a lot of English lit, so many stuff I can't remember actually. We were made to read it, but then I got into reading literature and I was like, wow, this is pretty good stuff. But then they'd go into class and here's this professor or teacher, and he would say, now the author is dead, right? So they would say, now this is what the author meant. And by this line and by this line and by this phrase in this passage, this is what he meant. And I would sit in class and I learned not to raise my hand because, they were going to smack me because I was in a Catholic school. But and I was like, but that's your opinion. Well, we're going to have a test on this. So we're going to have a test not on what I thought the author meant, but what the teacher's interpretation of what we read was. So our test was on him, not the reading. Okay. So it was like, what? So some of these, folks like, they interpret Shakespeare. And for every director who has directed Shakespeare, and I've worked in some plays. I was in The Doctor in Spite of Himself, which was written by a French author by the name of Moliere. Oh my God, if you've not read Moliere, you should. He's hilarious. The Doctor in Spite of Himself was one of the funniest shows I've ever been in. It was like 400, 500 years old. It's unbelievably funny. Slapstick, I mean, a real slapstick. We had to make slapsticks because there were people who beat each other, much like the Punch and Judy puppet shows back in the day with the slapstick, and they were long sticks that slapped, and they, so and there was lots of beating that went on with these slapsticks, and it was hilarious, but it wasn't, um, you know, uh, but anyway, so it's where slapstick got its name, with Laurel and Hardy and back in them. But slapstick came from old French and others, that were using slapsticks back 400 and 500 years ago, literally. So, but anyway, but for these guys, for every person that was the director, they had their own point of view of what Shakespeare meant or what the author meant. And it was like, well, let's read it and see what it says. Well, but he meant this. How do you know? Have you been channeling Shakespeare lately? Well, he meant this. He meant that. Now, I rewrote Dickens to put on the Christmas Carol. We performed it many times, 2 years in a row in Thomasville at two different locations, and we were held over a week, which is, but I got into Charles Dickens. And so I had to not rewrite what he said, but I had to make it so that it could be done on stage. I had to pull it out of the book so that it could be spoken and not his thoughts or the spirit was this or so I actually had, as part of the story, a narrator, so that there were portions of the story that I simply couldn't rewrite as part of the characters. So I created the character of the narrator who spoke those points and gave, and as the night, told, and, and it brought up the next scene. But in all of my 6 months of doing this and going into the character and understanding it, I never thought for once that I knew what Charles Dickens was thinking. I had a really good feel for it, and everybody that saw it said it was right on the money. I also rewrote, we did an Edgar Allan Poe night, and I took the house, the fall of the House of Usher, which was always a favorite of mine, uh, the Telltale Heart, which is a creepy story, and we made it even creepier. and the Cask of Amontillado, which was one of my favorites too. And we pulled it off with minimal set, with a lot of, there were times when the announcer, the narrator, would pull in sections and keep the story together. But in most of it, though, I kept most of what Poe said, but there was a lot of explanation that couldn't be molded in with the conversation, if you will. So I created parts of conversation that was thought in the person, in the character's mind, and that, what he thought of this character and what he thought of, because, we don't really understand why he takes this, drunkard down in the cellar and walls him up. And it's understood that he makes, if you don't catch it, you don't understand why he's doing this. It's that the man has been lecherous to his wife. So I entered a tiny little scene of a woman and myself and him interacting with her, so that it made more sense as to why I was going to wall this sumbitch up in the cellar. Okay. So, and it's sort of missed, I read the story and it went back and I was like, wait a minute. So in there, so I took a little more leeway in presenting it as a play, to show not just that he thought that this guy was, pandering with his wife, but I showed it that he actually was, and that the character was taken aback. And so he was going to get this son of a bitch, and the best way to do it, because he was a wino and supposedly the best based wine tester. So people think that it's about the wine testing that he wants to get rid of his rival, when it's not. It's because his rival not only is a braggart and not really good at what he does, um, but that he's been, pinching his wife on the butt kind of thing. So the two of the things, but what really drives him over the edge is not his boastfulness about his wine tasting, but that he's been pinching his wife's butt. That drives him over the edge and takes him down in the cellar, chains him up, and walls him in. So, but anyway, but at the same time, I kind of felt like I've I've been reading Poe for a long time, right? We did portions of The Raven as part of the Edgar Allan Poe Night of Horrors kind of thing. But the further I delved into what was Poe feeling when he wrote this, I found myself not wanting to frickin' know what Poe was thinking. I mean, because I reached a point where in taking his words and making sure that I tried my best not to delete anything or leave anything out. I had to kind of twist things into making it a play versus a story in a book. So I had to take a little bit of artistic license, but there were a lot of drama teachers that brought their classes to see the performances, and all of them said, you didn't leave out anything. We know these stories. We've read them to our kids, and you didn't leave out anything. If anything, you helped to explain something, like why did he want to wall him up in there to begin with? Not because of the wine, but because of the butt pinching, right? And it wasn't just his wife, but he did it to other females as well. So I made sure it was known as part of the story. But my point into that was that the more I delved into would this character do this, and why would he feel so intense, and how could Poe write this, that there would be so much animosity and so much, because it's creepy. And so to get into that creepiness of how they went down into the cellars, and no, it's a cask of Amontillado, and no, sir, I wanted you to have first taste before this other guy, and we know that, he thinks vinegar is a good vintage and such like that. I can't remember the character's name at the moment, but anyway, but to the point, it was all about come down and taste this cask of Amontillado, this special wine that's so difficult. Well, where is it? It's just a little further down this passage. Well, convincing him all the way, oh, it'll be well worth it when you get there. Oh, but it's the best, I assure you, my friend. And just a little further, and then he locks him up, and where is it? And he's drunk, and he gets shackled in, and then comes that belief that, wait a minute, you're going to frickin' wall me in. Now, from Poe's standpoint, where was his brain? Where did his brain have to go to get into how much that you would actually enjoy walling someone in alive and leaving them there, as a fit judgment, I'm like, okay, but okay, now am I reading too much in this? I'm not I'm not trying to make up what Poe was thinking, because it's obviously what he was thinking if you really read the story and get into it. But the more I got into Poe and how his style, and to make sure that my interpretation of it on stage was what Poe meant. And so for the many shows that we did and all the people that came, that means we did a good job. So, but I would never, ever speak the thing that says that I knew what Poe was thinking, or I knew what Dickinson was thinking when he wrote this. There's obvious because of the storyline, but could I actually say, well, he wrote it because of this, or Poe did this because of that? And the answer is absolutely no. I spent, almost a year rewriting these things and putting them into context, and then presenting them to the board of directors and saying, I can do this. Here's the scripts. Here we go. We do it in 3 sections. There's, 2 shows. There are 3 stories, so there's going to be 1 story, a small blackout, and then the second story, and then an intermission, and then we do the fall of House of Usher, which was, we actually had the house fall. We had backlight. It was amazing, with fog and the whole 9 yards. So, but, and people were amazed at that part. But the idea, though, that I could ever say, as deeply as I got into those characters, that I knew what the authors were thinking, nah, not on your life. Wouldn't even try. So I when I hear other people try to explain, about, oh, this is what, forget about it. Mary wins. There's a little people neighborhood about a mile here in Cali, small houses. Never went there, but I wanted to. Some of the residents are related to the Munchkins in Oz. That's cool. They missed out on an awesome market opportunity. All their eateries could serve White Castle kind of food, and they could sing Oompa Loompa Loompa while they cooked. They could make a fortune. Yep. We welcome you. No. Now I got them damn songs in my head, because I knew all of them and singing it. Also, there was a local group in Thomasville, and they had bought the rights through a grant. It was one of these special at-risk kids schools thing where they actually stayed on campus. Anyway, some of the kids they didn't have a full crew. So I had worked with this lady many times before in some musicals, and she said, "I bought the musical rights to this story to the Wizard of Oz," and she said, "And I can't get the production, but I've only got 2 more weeks before my contract is up, and I we can't, if we don't do the show in 2 weeks, then we've wasted all this money for nothing by buying the rights and everything, right?" So she said, as a puppeteer, do you think we could do uh, the the Wizard of Oz with puppets? And I looked at my friend Serge, who was passed this last year, and I said, "What do you think? I've got a lion, and I've got a scarecrow character, and would come up with a witch or two. We've got other characters that we could use as Auntie M and as Dorothy. And I didn't have a Tin Man, so I made one. But we had the scarecrow, kind of, sort of. We had to dress him up a little bit. And the cowardly lion, we had that already as one of the other characters in Native American stories. So we performed the entire story of The Wizard of Oz with puppets. And as many kids as could participated. Serge and myself had to jump in there because there just weren't enough people, uh, cast members, to do the show. So there wasn't enough people to do all the puppets. But because we could hold 2 puppets at one time, so we built this a simple set. The This wonderful black lady, I wish I could remember her name, played the piano and lots of stuff, and she played the music. We sang, the songs were appropriate, and it was a ball. And the people who came and saw it were like totally amazed, because they did not know what to expect with the Wizard of Oz with puppets, and we pulled that shit off. I mean, so it's been amazing at some of the things that I've been a part of and a party to, and things like that. But a lot of things that we didn't have to rewrite, but we had to. It was how we um, the blocking, okay, where this guy came in and stuff like that. So, but anyway, and I'm just rambling on because I'm stoned at the moment, Michelle. But these all are true things that I have been a part of. And uh, there have been people who've asked me, why don't you publish those plays that I wrote? And that's a good question, because I did it for the sake of my doing it, not necessarily for the money or the publishing or whatever. But I could get royalties out of this. There are schools in a lot of places that would love to do Poe, even as one act plays. So for example, I'm going to give you this one as my last story for tonight on this. We were in the process of doing a show. Okay. Hansel and Gretel are charged with murder for vandalism, assault and battery, and murder of an old woman whose house supposedly was made out of candy. And the premise was that nobody believed that the old woman was a witch. And so that Hansel and Gretel, they were like, no, man, she tried to put us in the oven. She was going to cook us. And they were like, you murdered that old lady, didn't you? You know. So this was a reverse story of Hansel and Gretel, in that they were taken to court by a member of the old witch's family who came to visit and found her, cooked in the oven, or I think that's how they ended up with her. But anyway, so, this was a fairy tale in a different, so was going to use different characters and puppets to, play the judge, here come the judge, here come the judge, order in the court, because here come the judge. How many of you remember that one? And who was it, Michelle? I know who it was, but can anybody name that phrase? Oh, and by the way, just as an off-topic conversation, um, there's a lot of old TV shows and Columbo and just all kinds of old TV shows, right? But one of the shows that I thought was, one of the best shows was Night Court. you know and of all the crime shows and this one and that one and you know uh where's Night Court? I thought it was hilarious with Judge Harry and the big bald guy. Where's Night Court? Here comes the judge. um did you know Willy Wonka was a perv too? Probably. Okay, Flip Wilson. Now Flip Wilson also did Geraldine. um you know Oh, the devil made me do it, honey. Remember? Flip Wilson. But here come the judge. Here come the judge. You know. Anyway, order in the court because here come the judge. Flip Wilson. Yep. That tells you how old I really am. But anyway, so I just, having conversation with y'all here at the end, but it's interesting though that sometimes the things that we do, it was for I just wanted to be able to perform Poe on stage. I didn't care about it. I didn't make any money off of it. In fact, I saved the theater company money because there were no royalties. They should have paid me. I did it for the pure act and fact of doing it. Period. You know. So there are people who say, well, do you know what it is to create something or to wish something or so I take this as the butterfly in that it started out as an idea in that egg stage, and then I started talking to other people about whether or not they thought it was a good idea to do it as a stage performance as part of our season. And then when that sort of got agreed upon, and I presented it to the board of directors, and I said, I want to do this one and this one and this one. Do you have scripts yet? And I said, not, no, not yet. I got a good idea. I've got some good sketches on how we can do this scene and this scene and this scene, but I don't have the full script yet because I'm waiting on y'all to say, yes, it's okay. But I promised to stay true to the stories, which I did. And so having already I'd already we'd already done Scrooge 2 years in a row as our Christmas show specials. So I had proved to folks that I could put a show together that didn't cost a lot of money, that was very accurate and was pleasing and entertaining, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, not costing much money was a good thing. Royalties can, eat your budget up when you don't have much of a budget. So my props and so forth, I used what we had. There was very little we had to buy, but it was a simple fact that I wanted to do it. When certain people said it couldn't be done. So you know, I was a little aloof in that, hey, watch this. It can be done. Now, so, but then it went into the larvae stage where I had to go within myself. I was upstairs in my room for months, writing it, reading, understanding Poe or Dickinson, depending, and getting into the characters and making sure that how I printed out the words for the actors was accurate to what Dickinson had wrote. Okay. Now, some of those were thoughts, so I had to put them into conversations, but I stuck with his verbiage. I stuck with the inflections. I stuck with Dickinson. And sometimes that was hard. The Fall of the House of Usher was a real challenge because there was a lot of thought. So I turned those thoughts into monologues to the audience as to what was happening with my friend and his sister and the weirdness and thinking that she and that that he had buried her alive and the scratching, and then she shows up and she wasn't dead, and it was creepy. So to get into that head, boy, that was some craziness right there, let me tell you. But of all the difficult parts, putting into words his thoughts into a dialogue that was meaningful to the audience. So, but anyway, but there were folks who said it couldn't be done, and I was like, I don't think anybody's tried. But in the trying of this, I created something from an idea. I want to put this on stage. That was my idea. And from the idea of wanting to do the show, any show for that matter, but in creating something out of nothing, which was, Poe or Dickinson, the idea sprang into action, but I had to take action. I had to work on it. I prayed. Man, a lot of paper I went through, a lot of ink. But the bottom line was that we carried it through and it turned into a butterfly. So you can do things, you can create them, but sometimes simply stating that you want them to happen doesn't make them happen. But I stated I wanted to do these things, and through my work, through the faith in me that I could get her done, and there were a couple of times I had a few doubts, but we did it. There were actors who were committed to do it. There were people backstage who were committed to make this happen, and we pulled it together from a thought. So, can you create things? Yes, but I could not manifest it. Okay. In that I had to work on my idea like the butterfly. I had to become the larva. I had to become the pupa. I had to become and then come out to be the butterfly. But it took work and courage and all of that, referring back to last night's reading. So that was my 10 cents about that. So I love you all. Family Guy did a good episode on Pawtucket beer with a Willy Wonka type person. Yeah, I quit watching Family Guy and The Simpsons. It was too many gay references and weird stuff. I just couldn't. I turned me off. Anyway, I love you all, and from David Null and Hawkeye Two Feathers down here in South Georgia, I will bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be, and blessings be upon you. I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue your journey, your spiritual journey, and learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom of the universe. And as an addendum to that, to reject anything that seems stupid to you, because you don't have to accept everything. Reject those things that will bring your light down. I continue to pray each and every day, every time I put my feet on good old Mother Earth. And I pray for every one of you in that you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that just tickles me, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives and relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe, and that you continue to share the knowledge that you receive. Y'all are doing good work. Keep it up. And remember, we are never, ever alone unless we allow it to happen. So keep up the good work. Mary Wins, David Castle, Michelle, as always. Blessings to you all. It's been a wonderful and interesting conversation. Thank you for allowing me to tell my stories. Stay in light, love, and life. And as we always say from South Georgia, Ween. Thank you, Bob, and all those folks out there. And to Windstream for the new modem. It seems to be working pretty good. And of course, we want to say TTFN. Ta ta for now from South Georgia.